Good morning. Vous m'entendez? Non. Ça marche pas. Hein. Test. Test. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you could please proceed and take a seat so that we could start. We've got a very intense, dense, interesting program today. So welcome to this 4th edition of the Hydrogen Roundtable Working Group, hosted during the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. This session will be mostly in English. In fact, will probably be fully in English. If you're a French speaker and need translation, please kindly ask for translation and you'll get a headset. A couple of recommendations to the audience. Please kindly turn your mobile phones off or at least have them on silent. We're going to try and stick to the schedule as much as possible. So now I have a recommendation for the speakers. Some of the presentations are quite detailed, quite long. But all the speakers are advised that they must stick to their time frame. If they don't, then we'll have to cut them short. In any case, because these presentations are quite detailed, quite long, and quite technical in many instances, all participants will be able to request these presentations that will be available for download after the conference is over. So don't be surprised if some of the slides are sped up a bit. Now that everyone almost has taken a seat, I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Bernard d'Alessandri, Secretary General for Yacht Club de Monaco, to give us a warm welcome.
Sorry, without a microphone, it's impossible to translate what the speaker is saying.
Pleasure to receive you in this 10th edition of the New Energy Challenge, and every year we are in progress, and this year in particular we are very proud to receive so many students from everywhere in the world, and also the conference. During this time we have a conference. Thank you very much for your help and to be here with us, and I think is a sign of our engagement for the décarbonisation de la planète, for the transition energetic. Thank you so much, and enjoy.
Merci Bernard. Next I would like to call on stage Mrs. Jager Sedou Annabelle, who is the director of the Monaco Energy Transition and is a key partner for our event.
Merci beaucoup. Good morning, everyone. I'm so sorry I will speak in French. I didn't prepare my words in English, so I prefer to be clear in French. Thank you very much. Bonjour à tous. Merci.
Hello, everyone. and thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you, Bernard Alessandri and the Yacht Club team, and most particularly Charlotte, who organized this fourth roundtable of the Monaco Hydrogen Group with the stakeholders of energy and mobility in Monaco, because we are looking into hydrogen solutions, and we are working in collaboration with Cap Énergie, and Anne-Marie Perez will talk in a few minutes. Because they accompany us for our supervision of hydrogen throughout the year. As an introduction, I'd like to remind you that energy transition in transportation is increasing, and we must rejoice. Mostly it increases because of the pressure of stakeholders, with the example of cruise ships and the pollution generated, which make the headlines, so that society reaction is quite negative. Investors are becoming more and more demanding. And yesterday, some of us were looking at this small orange boat that you can see in the harbor. It's an offshore boat of the SBM, which is used to install oil platforms. And in order to operate, they now have very strong environmental demands, so that they might have the right to operate the boat. So that pressure is really strong on the sector, and several roadmaps are being set up. The second good news is that solutions exist or are about to exist. Hydrogen, ammonia, methanol are solutions which gather many researchers, and I invite those who haven't done so to go downstairs with the teams of the Monaco Boat Challenge, because there are searchers that have great innovations and wish to share those with the teams. So solutions exist. This small orange boat reminded us that if we change our uses or practices on board, it's easy to reduce by 10% their emissions, by 20% their emission on board, so that if we are well aware and monitor our consumption, it's quite easy to save 5 to 15% of our consumption. So we have leverage, and I'd like to remind you that here in Monaco, we are also working on transition, mostly using electric buses, shared mobility with bikes, or utility vehicles. We are reaching 15% of our park in environmental vehicles, and I hope that you have in mind that most of our boats are electrified when they're onshore, and some of them spend 80% of their time, so they can plug electrified keys so that they do not generate greenhouse gases. So we'll talk about the future this morning, and I thank our panel of experts to enlighten us concerning the number of solutions which are emerging. As a conclusion, I'd like to remind you that decarbonation strategy is only sustainable if it takes into account the impact upon resources. So we have to think about that. And yesterday, as part of the jury of the Monaco Boat Challenge, we talked about the life cycle of the different boats. It is important to have this global picture of the impact of our boats from production to navigation and its impact upon resources. And I'd like to end with a word which might seem strange in Monaco, but in fact, energy transition is about sobriety, be it when you use a vehicle, when you think of the impact upon resources. And if we wish to be sustainable, we need to have a circular economy. So I hope that there'll be a lot of creation and innovation on those subjects. I wish to thank you all for being here. The Yacht Club, as I said earlier, Virginia Chemasno, who pilots the project for the energy transition, and the Albert II Foundation, which is a partner, and Myriam Arras, that will speak after me. And I thank her very particularly. And I'm very happy for the General Secretary of Urbanization of Equipment to be here as a representative of Céline Caron, who could not be here, but is very interested in the subject. Thank you all, and have a very nice morning. And then I'll hand the floor to, indeed, Myriam Arras, who's project officer at the Foundation Prince Albert II and focuses on energy transition.
Of Prince Albert II is going to say a few words as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will also continue in French.
Je vais également continuer en français.
Je vous remercie pour votre présence aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup au Yacht Club de Monaco et à Monsieur Bernard d'Alessandri pour nous accueillir ce matin. Merci également au gouvernement de Monaco. La Fondation Prince Albert II de Monaco est vraiment fière de soutenir depuis sa création le Monaco Energy Boat Challenge, qui est un événement unique pour découvrir les dernières innovations et avancées technologiques dans le secteur de l'ingénierie navale. Pour sa 4e édition, la table ronde hydrogène, pour laquelle nous sommes rassemblés ce matin, orientera ses échanges sur des éclairages relatifs à la technologie hydrogène pour l'industrie maritime et le yachting. Comme ce fut le cas pour ces précédentes éditions, nous espérons que cette table ronde pourra éclairer et nourrir les réflexions autour de l'hydrogène, autour des modes de consommation énergétique à privilégier aujourd'hui. Nous tenons à remercier tout particulièrement la mission pour la transition énergétique pour sa forte implication dans notre projet commun, qui est le Monaco Hydrogen Working Group, dont l'objectif est de réunir des acteurs institutionnels et des acteurs de la technologie hydrogène afin d'étudier le potentiel de développement de cette nouvelle énergie en principauté pour les moyens de transport terrestres et maritimes. Depuis de nombreuses années, Son Altesse Sérénissime le Prince Albert II de Monaco et sa fondation soutiennent le développement de technologies et d'innovations durables, dont l'hydrogène fait partie, et qui représentent une véritable opportunité pour notre futur, concernant le stockage et la distribution des énergies renouvelables. Mais l'objectif de développement de technologies, quelle qu'elle soit, ne doit pas nous faire perdre de vue les enjeux environnementaux liés aux questions de sobriété énergétique, comme le rappelait tout à l'heure Annabelle, d'éco-responsabilité dans les usages ou encore dans la consommation. La compensation carbone, par exemple, qui est parfois présentée comme une solution, est un mécanisme en réalité dont l'efficacité environnementale
Environmental efficiency is reviewed today because it won't answer all the challenges we're facing. So we have to turn to long-term changes for commercial as well as individual ships, so as to talk about volumes in ships and their usage. Hydrogen must be a federating element that allows us to think about our way of conceiving transports. And I hope you'll have fruitful conversation throughout the morning. Thank you, Miriam.
Got a pretty dense program, and so without further ado, I'd like to welcome Anne-Marie Perez, who's the General Director of Cap Énergie. Cap Énergie being the South Region cluster for energy transition. Welcome, thank you.
Merci, bonjour. Good morning, everybody. I'm very honored to introduce this morning, but I'm going to continue in French also. And I am going to give you all view of this sector. Donc, en français, dans le texte.
So in French, what's new compared to last year? Well, we might underline the publication of a roadmap for decarbonization of the maritime industry in French, with several objectives, such as efficiency, sobriety, with different levers, but they focus upon the main levers we're working upon or will be working upon for decarbonization of the maritime sector. I'd like also to talk about the publication in June 2023 of low-carbon hydrogen projects to store carbon, because we will need to mix carbon and hydrogen to create those fuels, which is a very important aspect also. So, in order to decarbonize the maritime sector, we will use the hydrogen. In June, France Hydrogen published a synthesis of the works carried out, and the target is to make sure that we have a low-carbon hydrogen production of 6.5 gigawatts in 2030, and half of the projects have founded financing so that they might be carried out, and the target of 2030 seems to be quite reachable. The fact that President Macron announced last year the building of a hydrogen pipe between Barcelona and Marseille, and another one that would go from Marseille to the north of Europe, opened a new possibility of access to low-carbon hydrogen, not through local production, but also through imports from Spain, Portugal, or Africa. And this introduces new perspectives concerning the sourcing of the low-carbon hydrogen, and the publication of the roadmaps concerning decarbonation for maritime and air sector allowed us to see the specific needs of the sector and the necessity to have a collective planification, organization, access to CO2, industrial and biogenic CO2. So I wish to insist upon this, that is a collaborative work throughout the chain value, because that's where we'll find economic models and efficiency. Now, what's taking place on Région Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur, which is at the border of Monaco? We have several projects, such as e-fuels for air and maritime sectors, but also infrastructures, transport and storage, so as to fuel 24 hours a day the uses that might be industrial, maritime, for biofuels, and also to think about synergies that might allow us to lower cost and have more flexibility, which is not really the case so far. So we have many projects carried out, and they'll be carried out between 2026 and 2030. This is something that is underway, and last week, Air Liquide unveiled a first station for a long-distance hauling truck. Of course, there's no relation with the maritime sector, but that is to show that we are shifting from PowerPoint project to real-life project. And this is really what's at stake for us in the years to come. Still talking about Marseille-Fos, which is an industrial area, and the second industrial area in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. We have a large study project which is co-funded by a public organization and the partners that you can see on screen, so as to develop decarbonization scenario that would be added to the individual initiative of industrials. So we are talking about storing CO2 and how to produce e-fuel for the air and maritime sector. We thought we'd need 2 years to complete the studies and launch projects. Now, the maritime sector represents only 2 to 3 greenhouse gas emission. But as Annabelle said earlier, the symbolical effect is very strong because they are in the heart of cities, visible, and people are expecting them to decarbonize, especially people living near harbors or ports. So we have to take into account what the sector is doing. And you can see here that before decarbonizing, we have to reduce consumption, energy consumption, using different means. And that would account for more than a third of the savings before going into decarbonization. So a lot of publications from the IRENA have been done, but I think Paul Lucchese will talk about those because what you have to keep in mind is that the main players are experimenting, and there will be a mix of solutions chosen depending upon the different uses. I saw Chloé Zayed. We have yachts. That is small boats between inverted commas that work with hydrogen. We have great stakeholders such as CMA, who follows the decarbonization roadmap and is using LNG and thinking about production of biomethane or ethanol. So it's a wide range of possibility. It's not only about one energy. MERS also chose to have a different use. So you can see that the sector is really in transition and exploring different solutions. And as a conclusion, how can I come back in my slides? There are 2 important subjects. I'm looking for a slide that I've lost, probably, but I'll tell you about it. So there are 2 subjects. First, regulation, which is critical for us to put projects in place, and this is really a basic point in terms of technology, but also use of the solution in harbors. And I also wish to tell you that parallel to all the project, we have to think about safety of the projects. And the firefighters have set up an experimental platform to raise awareness and trade firefighters for those new fuels. And the platform is also available for local collectivities, industrials, or elected officials, so that we really understand what's at stake for those fuels. So this was the overview of the scope, and I think that the other speakers will probably focus on one or another aspect of this presentation.
It's going to become quite technical. Part of the today's session is about looking into details of the various types of hydrogen usage and storage as well. And in order to get into the, I don't know whether I can actually move that one. Got to go all the way. Mia, can you get to the next presentation, please? So in order to get more technical, to look at the various evolution of the hydrogen solutions, I would like to call Paul Lucchese, who's the hydrogen chair of the CEA, to give us a very, I would say, summarized presentation of the technical evolutions and especially the various types of hydrogen storage using ammonia, methanol, and he will tell us all about it. Welcome.
Thank you very much. In fact, I am chairing the committee of the International Program of International Energy Agency on hydrogen, gathering 26 countries from different continents. I will switch also in French for my presentation. I will switch this slide because I have only 15 minutes about the energy transition. I will go directly to this one. What I want to say is the energy transition. Oh, I was in French, sorry. Sorry. So, la transition énergétique dans
the energy transition in the maritime sector is part and parcel of the global transition. So it depends on the success of the global energy transition, which is very ambitious. And one of the main factors for success is the access to critical resources that can be extremely limiting for some materials. And there's also another limit for some countries, which is the surface available. So these are the two main aspects we must look into. Anne-Marie reminded us that, sorry, I'm trying to find my slide. There could be several aspects that could be critical during this transition. International trade, which takes place mostly via maritime transport. So we transport petrol, coal, gas via shipping. And if we look at the international transport of energy, 83% of the business concerns fossil energy. Now, by 2050, when we'll have to reach this low carbon scenario, the global trade will be much smaller, 1/3 smaller, and it will transport critical products for 50% of its overall volume, and derived products such as ammonia, methanol, and products that include hydrogen. And this will have an impact on maritime transport because the actual structure of shipping will transform itself, because 20% of the ships actually produce 80% of emissions. So this is the percentage that we need to recall every time we talk about the subject. I would also like to now look into some elements on future fuels. When we talk about future fuels, there are also some aspects to take into consideration: how it is produced, how it is bunkered, and how it is used by vessels. And I will focus on the vessel technology mostly. And I will also leverage on another notion, which is the technological know-how and the technology readiness level, which goes from 1 to 9 in terms of rankings. So we start off with a basic researcher's idea, which then transforms itself on a concept that is going to be marketed. But a product that is ready to be commercialized, it needs to be further developed in terms of commercial aspects. So it will have to be scaled up, it will need to be diversified until it reaches level 6, where it becomes a technology that people and operators can assess in terms of risk. So there is a technological and commercial readiness levels. So I said that 20% of very large vessels account for 80% of emissions. There are also, other factors such as the yachting and the passenger transport. The yachting only stands for 20% of this market, but it could be considered as a premium market, and as a very high-end market. As Anne-Marie said, this sector has decided to commit to decarbonizing itself, but there are also large international organizations such as the IMO, which is the main reference in the field of international trade. And I'd like to start off describing some elements on ammonia, because I was asked to introduce you to 2 or 3 vectors. Now, ammonia is a room temperature liquid which has an 8 bar pressure, so it seems to be quite a valuable ingredient compared to hydrogen, which is a gas product. It contains 8% of hydrogen, and it is a product that is well known now. It's been used for 100 years because it's used for fertilizers mostly. So it is a commodity that is being traded at international levels, and this is a project that is still undergoing some research and development in order to improve its energy efficiency. The advantage is that it is an existing product and whose market is going to further develop, because the fertilizers market, with the growth of the population, and will mean that the ammonia production will increase in the future. So compared to other products, we have this existing product and an infrastructure as well that is readily available. And the other thing is that it can also be used for combustion engine, for turbine engine on its own or in a mix. And the other thing is that it can be used in fuel cells, in high temperature fuel cells. It can be used for an interesting energy mix, but also to release the hydrogen that is present in the molecule. And as pure hydrogen, it can be used in combustion within an engine, but unfortunately it uses up a lot of energy. It needs catalysts, but the advantage is that they can be transformed into cells. But it is a toxic product nevertheless. Of course, at massive levels, at massive level uses, we don't know how acceptable it is as a product, how toxic it could be, and we would need to extend the infrastructure. The catalysts are very expensive to use, and there are also other issues because it pollutes fuel cells, so it needs to be purified in order to obtain hydrogen. And if we used ammonia as a storage hydrogen factor, we would need to have dehydrogenation units on board. Now, as far as methanol is concerned, it is also a liquid that can store the same quantity of hydrogen. It is rather well known and well used within well, by several sectors, and the problem is that it contains CO2, so it needs to be transformed. The main advantage of methanol is that it can be used for combustion, and we readily have the technology for engines, but it can also include the same advantages as ammonia. But when we talk about sustainability, we will need to have a source of sustainable CO2. So CO2 that is being generated not by fossil fuel but by other sources, such as biomass, which is considered to be part and parcel of a sustainable cycle, or by capturing CO2 in the atmosphere directly, and then it would be used to produce methanol, which would be combusted, and as it would be captured constantly, this would entail a virtuous cycle. I think it is captured at 400 ppm, but it's an extremely costly operation because, well, anyway, the cost of CO2 captured in this way will be extremely high. So we will have this issue as well. It is an inflammable and toxic product, and also when it is decomposed to make cell fuels, it produces CO, which is a poison. Now we're looking at the comparison, the cost comparison. Of course, in terms of energy, the best products are the traditional ones, but ammonia and methanol are not that bad, and batteries are low performers. I haven't spoken about liquid hydrogen, but the problem is that it needs to be stored at less than 150 degrees. So you can see what kind of technology we need to isolate this liquid at less than 150 degrees. So all the thermal aspects will have to be dealt with in the future, and this is very complex. And the cost is another important aspect when using such products by developing renewables in the world. And I'm not just referring to France. We will have to face very competitive costs for ammonia and methanol in the future, because CO2 and natural gas will continue to increase. We saw this during the war in Ukraine, and the cost of renewable energies in various countries around the world is very low. And on top of this, it is well, there are massive quantities of it. So Spain is a little bit of an exception in Europe because it has a lot of resources, but the rest of us don't have such resources. And in Latin America and in other continents, there are a lot of renewable sources. So we will have a lot of ammonia and methanol sources, but the problem will be importing them. So the outcome, which isn't detailed, is this one. This comes out of innovation for decarbonation of shipping technical report. The various alternative fuels are being compared on this table, and most of the alternative fuels are more or less mature from a commercial standpoint, but there are still a lot of things that need to be done. So what is actually missing? And now I want to refer about for internal combustion engines, when talking about ammonia, methanol, these are not readily available commercially. There are prototypes only at the moment. And as far as the ammonia combustion goes, RL5 for ammonia, we need to generate a commercial product that is that can be used by the maritime sector. The fuel cells are quite, common now, and we have marine smart systems as well. But there is quite a lot to be done on internal combustion designs. I think a high-temperature multi-fuel cell that is robust and that can be used during post-combustion in order to produce ammonia could be quite of interest for the shipping industry. I mean, but it would need a very high temperature. This is the kind of system that is already used in maritime system rather than the low temperature batteries. And I'd like to also briefly focus on this. The hydrogen internal combustion engine has been really looked into in the past 2 or 3 years, and you can see the various car manufacturers are interested in producing some pre-series of this type of hydrogen combustion engine. Many car manufacturers are actually launching some products based on this technology. There are some general recommendations, as Anne-Marie said. We need to develop standards and certification. We need to promote and push demand with tax credits and unlock investments and improve coordination at global level. And my conclusion would be that, of course, there are several candidates that could replace fossil energy, fossil fuels, and various technologies. There won't be necessarily a lot of solutions, but there will be solutions that will be adapted to each segment. For the yachting industry, the hydrogen cells can be considered to be more viable compared to ammonia or internal combustion solutions. And there's also another problem related to the noise as well and the NOx production. The OFC multi-fuel batteries seem to be the best solution for the maritime industry and for the passing shuttles as well. And we must also take into consideration the 3 main aspects: how it is made, this fuel, the logistics, and the conversion chain. And then what is actually missing currently in order to develop all this is the demonstration, because we don't have any commercial demonstration that is viable on hydrogen or methanol. We need to really scale up the research and development, and we need to capitalize on previous experience we have on some maritime corridors, and I will talk about this later. And the 2 main global agencies, IRENA and IEA, consider that ammonia, according to the IEA, will be the main maritime vector. this is the percentage: 45% for hydrogen, 20% for biofuels, and 20% for residual fossils. And we need to think about the sourcing issues with methanol for CO2. And there's also a European directive that has not been launched yet, that it could ban perfluorized products that are included in the membrane of these batteries. If we were to ban naphthalene for electrolyzers and cells, this could have a big impact. There are a lot of discussions underway at the moment, and this green shipping corridor route tracker shows that we are aiming at a zero-emission shipping, and we need to capitalize on what is available in order to make readily available data for all users and to accelerate. Well, this is a database, of course. Then one can say I used methanol, I used hydrogen, I used ammonia, I'm a ferry, I'm a passenger and cruise boat, etc., etc. This is the global initiative whose aim is to accelerate feedback between users. And so there are quite a lot of things still to be done in the future. We need to tackle a lot of critical aspects still not solved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. In fact, it was a very good introduction, talking about ammonia, methanol, and direct combustion as well, because we're going to next look into these different technologies of fuel cell, comparing the different types of fuel cells. You did talk about low temperature, high temperature, SOFC, and so we're going to have a presentation by Martin Camus from LMG Marin, who will go further into details about these various hydrogen fuel cell technologies, explaining as well the benefits and drawbacks of each of them and their potential applications. And if I can kindly ask you to do it in English, if it's possible. Many thanks. The floor is yours.
So, good morning, and thank you very much to allow me to present myself, our company LMG Marine, and our experience in integrating a fuel cell system on board vessel. So first of all, I'm Martin Camus. After a few years as a marine officer on board LNG carriers, I joined LMG Marine as a hydrogen project coordinator for fuel cell system integration study and risk analysis. So briefly, LMG Marine is a naval architect and engineering company that is based in Toulouse, in France, in Bergen, in Norway, and in Szczecin, in Poland. So we are around 90 naval architects and engineers with 8 years in maritime business. Over the last decades, the low emission solutions have taken a large part of our activity, with some projects including LNG as fuel, wind assistance, and a large scale of battery power system. And recently, we are very proud to participate of the world's first hydrogen projects. So our service for clients start from the pre-project to the pre-delivery, post-delivery offers, and in between we can offer consulting, detailed design and basic design of vessels. So to introduce the relevance and the feasibility of integrating fuel cell on board vessel, I just want to mention Hydra, which is a ferry that has been designed by LMG Marine, and it's now in operation since 1 month. So Hydra is fitted with a fuel cell power system of 400 kilowatts supplied by Ballard, and containing 80 cubics of liquid hydrogen. So Hydra has been recognized on several occasions by the naval industry for the innovation nature of its carbon-free propulsion, because using hydrogen. And it explains how the maritime industry can reach the goal and the regulation of the IMO to reduce about 50% green gas emissions before 2050. Yes, so fuel cells have a real advantage in low emission solutions for ship industry. But also it have a very good efficiency, and it permits to have a low maintenance for ship owner and reduce noise and vibration on board the vessel. When we talk about integrating fuel cell on board the vessel, we need to properly understand the requirement of the vessel and its refueling capacity. For example, we can use a fuel cell power system for propulsion. To illustrate this, I have an example of Energy Observer 2 that you can see on the right side of the slide. So this vessel is 100% propelled by hydrogen, so it's a zero emission. This vessel is a feeder containing, carrying around 1,000 containers. And also for smaller application and smaller power needs, fuel cell power system is quite suitable for hotel load. It means that it will cover the power requirement for ship auxiliaries at berth, at sea, or at anchorage. At what we know from today in LMG Marine and by our experience, 3 technologies of fuel cell are now available or expected to be available in the next years. The solid oxide fuel cells, the high temperature proton exchange membrane fuel cell, and the low temperature proton exchange membrane fuel cells. Without going into details in the technology, just we see that the solid oxide fuel cell is a very promising technology for long-haul vessels. This is very important because this kind of vessel have a restrictive frequency of refueling, so they need to be quite flexible on the choice of the fuel. And this SOFC, thanks to its internal reformer, is able to consume many fuels, alternative fuels. In addition of this high efficiency, electrical efficiency around 60%, the global efficiency of the ship with quite a system can be increased to 75% because this fuel cell is generating a lot of heat, around 80 degrees, that can be recovered to improve this efficiency. Also, a long lifetime of 60,000 hours is expected for this kind of fuel cell. And this will match quite good with this vessel that will have maintenance every 5 years. So high temperature proton exchange membrane fuel cell is not yet available on the market, but is seriously considered, and it's actually in development in few companies. This HTPEM is quite also important in ship industry because it allows also fuel flexibility and high resistance to hydrogen impurities. The operating temperature is around 115 and 200 degrees, which is allow a high potential of heat recovery to increase again the efficiency of the fuel cell system. But we don't have enough feedback to start any project with this kind of technology because we have an unknown lifetime and not enough feedbacks. I think actually the LTPEM, low temperature PEM fuel cell, is the most spread technology in the naval industry because we have now a large market availability with some of the suppliers who have some fuel cell with marine type approval certificate. And this is very important because without this type of approval certificate, the fuel cell cannot be on board the vessel. So to talk a little bit more about LTPEM, I would like to share our actual project under construction with integrating, some fuel cell technologies, low temperature PEM. So first example is this dredger that is actually in construction in Concarneau in the north of France. So the ship owner is La Région Occitanie, and this vessel will operate between Sète and Port-la-Nouvelle. The shipyard is Spiriou and the designer LMG Marine. So on board this vessel, we can see that we have 4 compressed hydrogen to 500 bars containers that will feed fuel cell power pack of 200 kilowatts that is provided by Elion. To illustrate the compactness and the low mass of this kind of fuel cell, I want to show this, what we call HER for hydrogen equipment room. Inside this hydrogen equipment room that is a 15-feet container, we have two fuel cell modules of 200 kilowatts per modules capacity. And part of the power conversion, also a small battery pack for assuming transient loads, and all the safety system and control system needed for running fuel cells. Integrating such a system on board the vessel, I think the fuel cell supplier is quite mature to understand our needs and to supply this kind of system, but the main goal is to have a safe system on board due to the particularity of the hydrogen. So we need to take care about dangerous area, explosion risk, and flammable gases. Other example under construction is this buoy handling vessel, actually in construction by Socarenam shipyard, also in north of France, in Boulogne-sur-Mer. So this vessel is a 54-meter length vessel, including 70 kilowatts of fuel cell that is supplied by EODEV. What is great with this LTPEM fuel cell that is quite mature is that it's a gas safe, based on the gas safe philosophy. It means that this fuel cell can be on open deck or inside an engine room without considering any dangerous area around this fuel cell module. So for this vessel, you can see on the picture on the right that the fuel cell is in a small room at the forward of the compressed hydrogen container. For the operation of this vessel, the container will be consumed at sea. Then at the port arrival, the container will be swapped. It means that the empty container will be unloaded and the new refilled container will be loaded. Then the ship will operate at sea again. Another ship design that is actually under development in LMG Marine, and it is quite interesting, especially here in Nice and Monaco. It's this application for a short to moderate range fast ferry that called ZEF. We call it ZEF for zero emission fast ferry. So this design is in development for more than 3 years. And we wish with this design to meet 3 main goals: reduce the fuel consumption, reduce emissions, and improve the passenger experience. So first of all, to reduce the fuel consumption, we work on the fully foiling principle to decrease as much as possible the water resistance on the hull and also the air drag on the superstructure. To develop this concept, we utilize technology from the most advanced ocean racing and America's Cup sailing boat, for example. And we use same tools like hydrodynamics simulations, like light carbon constructions, and flight control algorithm. So all this technology and this design allows the vessel to reach 40 knots with about reducing 50% the fuel consumption compared to standard fast ferry like catamarans. And it allows us to navigate in a significant height wave of about 2.5 meters. Then to reduce, second goal, to reduce the emissions, it's that we have decided to install on board a complete hydrogen fuel cell system. Having such a power system on board is a real challenge when it comes to weight and space, because this kind of system is taking a lot of space and it's quite heavy for this kind of vessel that is fully foiled. However, we can capitalize on our previous experience on more regular ships, and our location in Toulouse also permits great synergy between aeronautic industries that is under the same constraints of weight and footprint. So, concrete example, for 150 passenger capacity, this vessel would typically carry 2.4 megawatts of H2 LTPEM, and with the capacity depending of the route, but for example Monaco to Nice, compressed hydrogen capacity of 445 compressed hydrogen. So if you need more information about this design, of course we can share under non-disclosure agreement, and I will be available at the end of this conference to talk about it a little bit more in details. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Very interesting projects indeed, very interesting technologies. I do have one question, and maybe there will be some others afterwards. Whether you can stay on stage or not, just a couple of minutes. You've shown SOFC technology, high temperature PEM fuel cells, low temperature. Okay, we all understand low temperature fuel cells, that works, that's been validated, DNV approved, whatever. But what seems very promising is SOFC, solid oxide fuel cells. What do you see as like the next steps for that type of solutions to become widely available? Or do you see that actually being widely available for the yachting market especially?
Yeah, I see it like available in the maybe next few years. The specificity of solid oxide fuel cell is the safety associated to this high temperature, around 800 degrees, that is quite difficult to manage, especially if there is a small ship. And this kind of fuel cell have real interest if you use this heat recovery to increase the global efficiency of the system. And this also takes a lot of space. Yeah, so maybe for small yachts, it's good because it will allow flexibility on the fuels. And for long-range vessels, this kind of vessels need high-density fuels. But yes, it's a large footprint on the vessel compared to low-temperature PEM fuel cells.
Thank you. So if we can distribute the type of usage, we'll have SOFC for larger units, high-temperature PEM for like medium-sized units, and low-temperature for smaller ones. Could that work?
HTPEM, it's usable for large or small units, but usable for small units because the footprint is quite low, and the temperature, exhaust temperature, operating temperature, it's lower, so easier to manage.
Okay, thank you, but not yet commercially available really, or completely, like practically feasible. I mean, like mass production of high temperature PEM fuel cells is not in the pipeline.
It's on the pipeline for some of the suppliers of fuel cell, but it's, compared to the two others technology, I think it's the less advanced technology.
Thank you very much. Is there a, yes, there seems to be, ooh, there's going to be plenty of questions. Unfortunately, we don't have much time. Well, 5 hands raised. Okay, well, we're going to go around. Please make your questions very short, sweet. The answers will try and be as short and sweet as possible as well. Everyone raising their hands is fine. You can ask your questions, and then we'll get to the next panel, which is a continuation of that presentation, actually.
Thank you. Just one small question. Suputala from Mobifly Boat, Flying Boat. What are you with the certification and in the marine industry of your fuel cell? If you can answer quickly.
Can you please repeat your question?
Certification of your fuel cell for the boats.
In fact, that's part of the next panel's discussions.
Yeah, but is this solution certified?
Yeah, so for the Hydra, the solution is certified because now the ship is under operation. And Ballard have a type approval certificate from DNV class that it permits to operate the vessel. For the other project, I think EODEV and Elion will talk more about it, but yes, it's quite close to the certification. That's why it permits us to also start the construction of the vessel to meet at the delivery also the certification of the equipment.
Just in case to anticipate further questions about this matter, the next roundtable will bring together Elion, Ballard, EODEV, and Inocel. So this is where I said we're going to talk about it. Yes. So there's still one question at the back.
So, I've got the mic, so I might as well do it. The question is, when using more hydrogen-dense fuels like methanol, how then do the various fuel cell technologies compare in terms of footprint? Because with methanol, you're going to need a reformer. So how do those overall footprints compare when you're using something like methanol?
This is also something we're going to address in one of the upcoming roundtables.
So a quick question. Mark Levine from Sunrise, producer of hydrogen. Where is the Hydra getting the liquid hydrogen, and who's delivering that?
So the
refueling.
Yeah. So Hydra have its own refueling system that have been designed especially for Hydra, which is called the bunkering tower, where a truck is coming, and then the liquid hydrogen is delivered from this bunkering tower to the vessel. I'm not sure about the liquid hydrogen supplier for Hydra.
Okay, one last question before we next. Yep.
Hey, good day. My name is Raymond, a naval architect. This is a question regarding your Norled ferry in Norway. I see it has the DNV class notation FC safety, and this is applicable for vessels with fuel cell not supplying essential, important, or emergency services. So I was wondering what the fuel cells were used for if it doesn't have the FC power notation.
Yeah, so in fact on Hydra we have a direct redundancy with a large-scale battery pack.
So then means that the battery pack is deemed as like the essential power supply to reach safe harbor, basically. Well, thank you very much. So without further ado, and we're going to try and be quick before the coffee break, I bring to the stage the next roundtable. So as I said earlier, roundtable brings together Elion, Thomas Grosjean, who's the Marine Project Engineering Manager at Elion, and used to be with us at the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge a few years ago. Then we have Christian Winter, who's Account Manager Marine for Ballard. If he is around, yes, he is. Then we've got Jérémy Lagaric from EODEV, who is the CEO of EODEV, and Jules Billier, who is the CEO of Inocel. So basically, we've got 4 developers, suppliers of various types of fuel cells, mostly, as indicated before, low temperature PEM fuel cells, which is like the ones most widely acknowledged, recognized, and certified in the industry, in the maritime industry. Basically, after they introduce themselves briefly, with very few slides over the next few minutes. We'll be discussing how you shift from low-scale, small-size type of fuel cells to large-scale developments, so higher power especially, but being able to cover the wide range of power requirements on both vessels. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. I think they do deserve a round of applause as well. And we'll start with Thomas. As you like it. As long as you make it quick.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Thomas Grosjean, marine project engineer within Elion. Elion Hydrogen Power, subsidiary of Alstom Group, is one of the key players in the European hydrogen sector. In our fuel cell industrial and technological center in Aix-en-Provence, we doubled our team in 2 years. Our experts here design, test and manufacture our entire fuel cell system, from the stack assembly to the complete fuel cell power system. This unique fuel cell brick has been especially designed for heavy-duty applications such as railways, marine, of course, building, mining, and stationary applications. Those sectors, have in common a high level of requirement, which is sometimes a barrier to market. The high level of requirement is really hard to focus on for the new technology. So we can sum up this requirement in 3 main subjects: high power, lifetime, and maintainability. So in Elion, for the high power, we are using a modular architecture based on a 200 kilowatt system. This system can be put and assembled in parallel to reach several megawatt application. And considering the lifetime, our 6th fuel cell generation designed for the maritime is using a graphite plate technology that allows the fuel cell to reach more than 25,000 hours of lifetime without major overhaul. And then, of course, the maintenance is also essential for the marine sector. That's why we are focused on that. Not only, it's not only a question of accessibility of the component, of course, but it's also a question of type of components we are using. So that's why our system are designed with components already mostly used in marine in order to facilitate the maintenance for the crew. And then I can talk to this, our first project, which is a hydromare. So Martin just talked about it before. So she is a 70-meter dredger, the world's first one hybrid hydrogen dredger in the world. Elion is supplying 200 kilowatt fuel cell system, including in a container, which is installed on deck at the bow. We also have in this container batteries, power conversion system, fire safety system, air conditioning. Basically, we are redesigning the complete machinery room on deck in the container. And the ship will be launched by the end of the year and will operate in the French Mediterranean coast. So, considering the approval, Elion is in approval process for this project with Bureau Veritas. The ship is classed Bureau Veritas. And so probably as the people next to me can confirm, the certification process is quite a long and hard process. So that's why we decided to work with BV, Bureau Veritas, and RINA since now 2 years. We already received the approval in principle for our fuel cell system from them. But here in that project, there is a particularity. We implement batteries and fuel cell in the same space, or I mean in the same small container, which is only 15 feet. And so that's really hard to find the best solution in terms of safety and possibilities, capacities, because batteries and fuel cell are both two new technologies. So the rules are just being written, and basically the flag and the class are afraid of that. So we have to validate and to justify everything. So probably you can talk about that also, but that's really hard to do.
Thank you.
Ah, c'est fini? Ah, ok, bon.
Yeah, it's meant to be a 2 or 3 minutes introduction for each of the companies, and then we can talk about it. So. But thank you. There'll be further questions certainly about your projects. Christian, if you'd like to come and introduce what you're doing. It should work.
Nope. Should we try this one?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Thanks a lot for allowing me to speak. My name is Christian. I'm from Ballard Power Systems. We also do fuel cells, low temperature PEM fuel cells. As Martin said, we're on board the MF Hydra in Norway. The DNV type approved ferry. All right. So yeah, we're really proud of the DNV type approval, the first type approval for a marine fuel cell. As you also said, there's a tremendous amount of work going into a type approval. And we're also expecting to have Lloyd's very soon, hopefully. So that's also quite a good achievement. I'll make this short. So some of the projects that we're working on is obviously the MF Hydra. The ferry in Norway, we're working on a project called High Seas. And then more recently, or up and coming, is also an inland waterway carrier for a Dutch customer. And this is the primary markets, at least first, that we targeted, were ferries and inland waterway carriers, because they go a fixed route from A to B, meaning that hydrogen supply and refueling will be relatively simple, so to say. And yeah, I guess that is what I have to say now, and then look forward to the conversation.
Many thanks. Next on the stage is Jérémy Lagary from EODev.
Yes, I guess as it is a round table, I will stay here. So hello everyone, my name is Jérémy Lagary, so the CEO of EODev. EODev, it's a company that was a spin-off from Energy Observer, the first autonomous vessel creating its own hydrogen on board thanks to renewable energy. This boat crossed 2 times the world and will come back after 7 years of odyssey in France. In fact, this year we sold 18 boat project. I guess most of the boats you have seen and some of the pictures. We are now a company about around 100 people, and we have a production facility in France. We are using doing integration of fuel cell supplier. Today we are working with a Toyota fuel cell because that was the one 3 years ago when we started. That was, in our opinion, the best on the market. But still happy to have a discussion with other fuel cell suppliers, as some of my friends here around me. And basically, I guess yes, we start from a small scale fuel cell to go on a wider one. You have some example here, and I guess if this is correct, this is a larger multi-scale megawatt fuel cell. I'm sorry, I cannot give you a bit more details about it, but we designed a full fuel cell room using liquid hydrogen with also the component to be certified in order to optimize the higher efficiency, the longer lifetime, easier maintenance, and optimize the total cost of ownership. But I guess that will be a bit more later, the discussion we're going to have together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here and to talk decarbonation on the marine industry with you today. I am Jules Billet, the CEO of Inocel. We are a company born from the meeting of different worlds, industry, engineering, research, with more than 25 years of research and development from the CEA in our technology, but also from the yachting industry, because one of our co-founders is Mike Horn, a well-known adventurer who is part of your club of Monaco. We have a clear vision and a clear mission is to decarbonize 3 main sectors, marine for sure, but also ground transportation and also stationary power generation. With high power and high performance fuel cell, we have a differentiating positioning on the market because we have a base unit that is delivering more than 300 kilowatts, meaning 410 horsepower, and we are really focusing on the need for high power, high performance, and autonomy. And the company has 3 years of technological development, so it's a technological company, but it's also an industrial company with 1 year of strong structuration and acceleration. The last year, we implemented the R&D center in Grenoble, France, with more than 70 people right now, and we just opened a gigafactory in Belfort, in France as well, with more than 15,000 square meters to produce our fuel cell by next year. And it's a great adventure. We also started and we set a first step into the marine sector by making a boat. By the way, it's not our goal and our business model to make boats, it's just a demonstrator. Our goal is just to provide propulsion system and fuel cell system to integrators and to guys such as Jeremy and EODev to make, or Innova, to make boats. But we just made this demonstrator with one clear idea to be in this kind of discussion such as today, to showcase that with fuel cell, with PEM fuel cell, we can have a hydrogen world without any concession, because at the end of the day we have a boat, 8 meters, it's not a big boat, but it's going to more than 50 knots, 110 kilometers on the water. It's the same weight, same speed, same autonomy, and same power than the equivalent thermal boat, and as you can understand, it's a very high performance boat.
Thank you. I have a few questions for all of you. Obviously, you're all working in the same type of technology to start with, low temperature PEM fuel cells. The idea here of this session is to talk about how you shift from small scale to large scale, whether we're talking about small power to high power. All of you have started with fuel cells that are actually, let's say, between 70, 80 kilowatt up to 300 kilowatt. Can you explain to the audience why that approach? Because we looked at the development and the power needs of boats is usually quite high. So why did you start on the lower end of power requirements?
Start if you want. So, yeah, basically, yes. So the first thing is, in order to have a market acceptance, you need to have an affordable price, because the people are comparing the new technology with the price. The second one is the warranty. They need to be sure that they will have a warranty, maintenance worldwide, and they do not want to buy a boat and in case of any issue, not having access to this service. And the third one is price, maintenance. And the third one was also the space. And so in order to achieve the two first one and to reduce the space inside the boat, you need to have something which is really industrialized. So for that, we took the decision to go on the automotive technology. And also the automotive technology, they decide to design the size of fuel cell not on the need of a car, because a car needs a really small fuel cell, but they anticipate the need on a wider market, like Thomas just explained. There is 4 main markets that will use the fuel cell technology soon. So we anticipate we're using the automotive need. And after that, in order to address a wider market, we are parallelizing all the cells, of the fuel cell, sorry. As you can consider on a boat, you have maybe sometime 4 cylinders, and now you can have 16 cylinders. So you can consider a stack of a fuel cell as cylinders. And that have several advantages, like redundancy. Because you are increasing the numbers of the fuel cell, so you are reducing the price of the fuel cell, and you can have the same product on several markets. After, yes, for sure, there is many other vision. Like I know that, for example, we, depending on the size of the project, sometimes you are a bit considering other size of fuel cell, but that's an optimum that we need to define depending on the use case.
Okay, thank you. So that was your approach, starting from the automotive, right? What about the others?
It's the same reflection about the price, but a little bit different about the base unit, because closer is your base unit in terms of power from your final need, better it is in terms of performance and efficiency, durability, and so on. But we, on our side, started the company quite recently, and we thought that first, automotive passenger cars, they will not switch to hydrogen in the 5 years to come, because they invest too much into batteries electric. So we went directly for a base unit that is higher, in terms of power, and is closer to the final needs we just targeting on the market. But the principle of the reflection is just that you need a unit that in terms of industrialization and price and costing will be the best equation at the end of the day. And if you look at 300 kilowatt, for example, for high power needs, it's a perfect unit for trucks, buses, but also for most of the marine application and stationary power generation. So you can build a facility, you can build an industrial product that in terms of cost is optimized, and after it's just like a Lego, if we can say, you can have a modularity with these different modules.
Okay, thank you. So the point, your way of looking at it is to say the fuel cell is the core, the heart of the system, but you use it for marine and to bring the cost down. You can use it in other industries applications like trucks especially. I mean, we've seen that before with the presentation on the trucks. The same question to Bala, but a bit reversed because you have a different approach. You started with bigger, higher power fuel cells and went down to developing a 200 kilowatt solution.
Yeah, for our marine solution, it's actually always been the 200 kilowatt unit. We've been in the hydrogen industry for more than 43 years, so we're quite experienced in the fuel cell industry. We've been historically producing fuel cells for land-based and automotive applications. So when we went into the marine application as well, we looked at the market and then tried to assess what market segments we wanted to address first. And at that point, the 200 kilowatt unit made good sense in a way that, as an example, the MF Hydra, that's 400 kilowatt, a 1 megawatt solution would be way too big for that. So it's also a matter of trying to address where the market is currently. And then obviously we have to keep monitoring the market and try to follow, and we are also looking into larger systems. As you said, still using the 200 kilowatt unit as a Lego block, so to say.
Thank you. What about Elion?
Yeah, so I think Elion is an old company too in the fuel cell history. So we are working since now 20 years, more than 20 years in the fuel cell technology. We developed in the past high power fuel cell, more than 100 kilowatts. So in fact we try or we test all the possibilities to make the fuel cell, but now we are a bit constrained about the market because projects have most of the time small fuel cells, need small fuel cell, basically most of the time due to the storage issue. But there is also another subject. Even if you have a 100 kilowatt fuel cell stack, you have to supply air, you have to cool it, you have to make the hydrogen circuit working well. So all these components around the stack are not yet available for large-scale fuel cell. So that's also one of our problem, because even if the stack is, of course, the main brick of the system, we are focusing on testing and improving all the components around the stack. And that's one of our main difficulties, is to find the product, the product or the components that fit perfectly with the market and with our stack. So for the moment, we are a bit constrained about that, but of course we are working on a large one.
Thank you. So that is a very good bridge to the next point and question, which is all about certification, which was raised before. We'll talk about certification with a representative from Lloyd's Register in the later session. But in anticipation of that, obviously to me one of the questions is achieving type approval. Okay, fine, you do that, you work on a 200, 100 kilowatt, it's working fine. Will that have an impact in terms of the large-scale development to accelerate the pace of certification, implementation on board boats and yachts? Or is it going to be the same, somebody mentioned 2-year process earlier, when you shift to bigger, I mean, like Jeremy was showing 560 kilowatt. Do you think that having that strategy, starting smaller scale, but shifting to large scale, having certified type approved fuel cells as Lego bricks will help decarbonize faster, or you're going to have to face the same process?
Yeah, so I think definitely it helps to have the type approval process been worked through. I think that just by the bunch of us here getting type approvals and getting the classes to realize what hydrogen is and how to work with hydrogen is a big advantage and is needed to move forward as well. So the more experience that we can get and that the class societies can get, the better. And the easier or the more friction-free it'll be to hopefully certify the next generation of products.
Yes, that it was just present before us. The certification is really today's breaking point of developing hydrogen economy, especially also on the boat industry. So I guess we all face the same issue, and also the certification class, because they have to apply some regulations that was ongoing. So you're obliged to design a boat and design a system while the regulation is ongoing. So that was the issue we all faced, but now is, let's say, almost closing, so that's why we will all soon receive, I guess, the type approval. And it's true that as soon as you have one type approval, after having the other one will be a lot faster. But that was a bit the issue we had in the last 3 years' time. Like, we have no clear vision about, okay, this is a worldwide regulation, we are all aligned on the same regulation, and that's the common point. But maybe I can also highlight a little point on the previous point, why it is also important to have this ability of doing the Lego is depending on the use case, you all need to have the comparison in between the capex and the total cost of ownership. And most of the time, if it's a heavy-duty application, then you are looking for the higher efficiency. In that case, having several bricks working in a lower power, it helps you a lot to higher your efficiency. While if you have just a boat like a yacht that was explained, which is 80% on the dock, you are maybe a bit more focused on the capex. In that case, the decision can be a bit different. So it's something that just I guess, as a designer and yacht owner, we all have to have in head is we do not have one technology and one supplier that is the best. It's always depending on the need of the customers.
Thank you. I will have one last question before the audience can ask you questions. Paul mentioned something about issues of European directives about, how do you call it, methanol products, right, that are integrated into PEM fuel cells. Well, how's the relationship working with these organizations, European commissions, directives, regulators? And typically, for example, when he mentions that, what's your reaction or reflection, or how do you consider having to make your product maybe evolve because of these regulations?
I will let maybe the other answering, because we have a specific technology not facing this one, but so maybe you can answer that better than me.
Yeah, for sure, the European Commission and other regulators are now changing the rule for some material, and it makes sense because we have to move forward a better product in terms of decarbonization, environmental aspect, and so on. But I think the discussion is quite good with these regulators, and there's also realized that in the United States and in Asia, they are moving also very fast. So they understood that they have to work with industrial that are making fuel cell and not to stop them. Otherwise, in Europe, we will be very late compared to what is now happening in the US and the other part of the world. So for sure, it's a constructive discussion, but it will change things for manufacturers of fuel cell, because this material we just mentioned are part of membranes most of the time. But anyway, it's a part of the fuel cell that we need to improve a lot, and we are working with all the manufacturers and also in-house to make big changes in this way. So it's a good accelerator for anyway making new innovation and to improve our product. So
thank you. Ballard?
I also agree. I think that the collaboration between the different stakeholders in the EU are great. We're working closely together with a lot of them, both through funded projects and also just through workshops in Brussels and so on. So I think it's very good.
Okay, thank you. So it looks like it's been a tough path to get to that stage, but now it's moving faster.
Yeah, it's we are for sure. We have all the support from the government because they all want to accelerate this decarbonization. But I guess also that's why you have this also two kind of technology, also depending on the use case, like polymer fuel cell, using polymer membrane, or metallic membrane, so that's two way of using the fuel cell, and each one have the advantages and disadvantage, like for example the grow material, and when those materials become banned, then there is a little issue that I guess they are saving.
Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen. Some questions from the audience. 1, 2 hands raised. Okay, you've got a mic or you don't? And then you'll be able to enjoy your coffee break. We're going to make it a bit shorter than expected.
Very quick and simple question. Several of you mentioned the durability of between 20 and 30,000 hours for the fuel cells. What happens after those hours? How big a maintenance replacement, part replacement costs are we looking at?
In fact, as it was explained a bit before us, like by LMG Marine, the longest lifetime we had a study on was a 25 years boat operation. And the target is to do not have let's say, a heavy maintenance every 5 years, and you have a boat which is running around 10,000 hours per year, so quite a day and night. In fact, we are considering the end of life of the fuel cell when you are considering that the efficiency at the beginning of life is decreased by 15%. So it's not meaning that that's the end of the life of the fuel cell, but it's because that we, as a, let's say, a supplier of fuel cell, advise you to replace the fuel cell, because then you will consume a lot more hydrogen compared to the amount of electricity that you will come out of it.
Yeah, and in terms of maintenance, a major overall is really depending of the fuel cell technology. So you will not have the same maintenance with metallic plates and graphite plates. Here, with the graphite plates, I can tell that after the 25,000 hours, we need to replace the membrane. So not the plate part, only the membrane. So basically, we are just opening the stack and replacing the fuel the cells. And then you can use it again for 3 or 4 times, just by replacing the MEA.
By the time you've done your 25,000 hours, there'll be probably much newer technology and much newer fuel cells available. But you can still use it.
Yeah, I think it's also important to mention that the big way of improvement for fuel cell is durability. And we are now working a lot on this path for the hardware part, because you need to change some part of the fuel cell after 25,000 hours. So only some part, because the whole system can be dimensioned for a way longer life. But also with the software. Today, we are getting closer and closer to a software management that is so well managed that the durability will improve in the years to come. And 20,000 hours is a first step, but it's not the end of the journey. And it's something we are working very hard on now, because it will be a big game changer for the fuel cell industry to have improved lifetime, and things will change fast in the 5 to 10 years to come.
And maybe not giving you all the details, but we have the specific IP, because we have the sort of a regeneration mode. That's why as the much fuel cell you have, the better it is, because then you can isolate some fuel cell and come back in the regeneration mode in order to extend the lifetime of those stacks. So that's why if you just have the lifetime of one stack is 20,000 hours, but if you have several stacks, then you can go up to 50,000 hours.
Thank you. Thank you. Bernard, Christian, you want to say?
I think it's pretty much been said already. But of course, the 25 or whatever our mark it is that we say is the end of life. That is, as you said, where the efficiency drops below a point. So there will be a voltage decay on the cells, and then the efficiency will drop. So that mark is where we see the efficiency going below an economical point for you. But it's not to say that it can't do more. We've had fuel cells and buses that's done 35,000 hours and still working fine.
And something just to consider, when we are considering the end of life, we are still 10% more efficient compared to internal combustion engine.
Okay, it's a good point that you introduced your internal combustion engine. We'll take one question, and just to introduce that, after the break, we'll actually be shifting to discussions with engine manufacturers about internal combustion engines using hydrogen. So you'll see the other alternative, and we can discuss further.
Thank
Thank you. Good morning, Francesco Prazzo from SBM Offshore. My question is about technology. Do you see a trend in technology towards an increase of power density? And my question is related to a reflection that I was making. We own the orange vessel there outside. Its power is 23 megawatts. But if I look at the size and at the weight of the fuel cells that I've seen, I mean, it's pretty big what we should install in an ideal future to power it by fuel cell. Thanks.
I think the issue, and I'm talking mostly for InnoCell, is not the fuel cell part, because today with 300 kilowatts you just have a cube of 50 centimeters of inches, so it's basically nothing. It's smaller than a thermal engine for this kind of power. We work a lot of density, in power density, reactivity and so on, to have something that is equivalent to thermal engine. It's our main innovation on our side. But the problem still remains the storage, because today if you want to store hydrogen gas at 700 bars, for sure in your kind of boat for more than 20 megawatts you will have some issue of space. So the big game changer for the propulsion will be the evolution in terms of storage, through liquid storage in the years to come, or even other technologies, but it's not for the fuel cell part of the fuel cell system, because we have seen few development and newcomers in the years to come with a good power density. But it will be the storage part.
I guess that's also a very connected question with the market, because if we see that there will be a huge evolution in between the power density, then you can consider that, okay, I am a financer, for example, sorry, I am a banker, why do I have to finance it with a residual value while the technology will evolve a lot? So that was one big point that we were facing, and that's why we decided to cope with Toyota at the beginning, because we have a clear vision about what will be the next evolution, what will be the evolution of the price in the next 10 years, in order to be sure that the product we put on the market will still be reliable in 10 years. But just to give you an idea, it is true that the next generation arriving on the market by 2026 will be 30% smaller and 30% more powerful. So, and I guess that will be the point where we will all be aligned, that this power density will remain a sort of reference. For sure we will increase it, but not that much, and that, let's say, will help also your designer to anticipate what will be the space needed for the boats that might be hydrogen ready.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't think that the biggest issue right now is the size of the fuel cells. I think the predominant issue is the storage of fuel right now. We are comparable size-wise, or size to kilowatt, with a ICE engine. So that is an issue really in my mind. And obviously we are continuously developing, and developing also means improving power density. That's always a good point, yeah.
Yeah, and for me, I think the key to use large power fuel cell in the maritime is to address large scope of fuel that can be accepted and compatible with our fuel cell. So I think that's mainly our next job, or already our job, to create and to produce fuel cell compatible with all the fuel available on the market. And I think that's the key.
Just one more thing, and it'll be very short, I promise. It's also a two-step development in the big boat marine industry, because for sure you need electricity generation also on board, and I think it will be the first step to have hydrogen on board and to start to build system and to run something that is virtuous for the ecosystem. So it will be the first step before going to propulsion for big boats. And having this kind of round table today is very important, because we are for sure competitors and for other partners, but it's very good for the industry to have an ecosystem that is now going for innovation, ideation, and it's something that is very great for the whole industry.
Thank you. You can obviously carry on discussing with this gentleman while having a coffee break. We're going to make it 5 minutes shorter in order to restart by 11:10. As I said, we'll be talking with engine manufacturers, introducing another type of and size of projects. And if you have any further question, please talk directly to them. In the meantime, I think they do deserve a big round of applause for all the work they do. Il y a la photo. There's a picture. To stand for the picture. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to return to your seats so we can proceed. We still have quite a dense program. So kindly make your way back into the room if you're outside and take a seat. You'll be able to carry on the conversations around lunchtime, as there's going to be a nice buffet served outside. In the meantime, I kindly ask you to return to your seat. Thank you. So a quick summary of what's coming next. We are going to have a introduction presentation by François Michelet, who's a business line manager at FEV. He will explain to us everything we need to know about the use of hydrogen with combustion engines especially. And his keynote presentation, which will be quite summarized, will be followed by a presentation by Paolo Bertetti, who is the Vice President of Research and Development at San Lorenzo, to explain their next project running on methanol slash hydrogen fuel cell. And he will be joined by Volvo Penta and Rolls-Royce, Daniel Chatterjee and Nicola Pomi from Volvo Penta, to talk about combustion engine and alternative solutions. So please make your way back to your seats as quickly as possible. And if you are not, then could you please be quiet at the back? That would be appreciated. Thank you. So, without further ado, again, the presentation done by François will be available for attendees interested in retrieving it. He's going to make a summary, in a way, of everything that he's explaining. But I would like to welcome him on stage. While, if everyone at the back could just simply be quiet, that would be very respectful and appreciated. Thank you. Once again, please either take a seat back or just go outside if you want to carry on discussing. Thank you. So if you could welcome François Michelet, Business Line Manager from FEV, to the stage, and we can get restarted. François.
Good morning, everyone. So thanks a lot for the invitation to pitch today about the hydrogen technologies. So my name is François Michelet. I'm taking care about the energy activities at FEV. As we can see on the slide, FEV is a family worldwide company. And we provide service and engineering for mobility and energy sector. As an engineering company, we are able to test all the system in our facilities, and we are able to support our customer more or less everywhere around the world. One of our activities, we develop powertrain. We are able to work on all the technologies. Historically, we started with a conventional engine with diesel and gasoline energies. And over the years, we diversify our portfolio to different technology, as we can see on a slide, hybrid and electric system, and e-fuel, and most recently on our hydrogen system. So we really are technology neutral, so means I will not sell you a solution today because we think that there is many solutions and not only one solution for each use case. And I think more or less all the story is summarized in this slide. We have a complete overview of the green toolchain energy generation. So starting with renewable sources, goes to electric power, goes through electrolyzer, and gets hydrogen, and we can go one step further to the e-fuel generation, so ammonia and methanol. We already mentioned it just in the presentation before. It's always a question of trade-off between the overall efficiency and the cost and the energy density you need for application. We saw yesterday a boat with a full electric powertrain. We saw just before a boat with a fuel cell system. And I guess during this round table, we will mention synthetic fuel to internal combustion engine. So we really have a quite large range of solutions. It's always depending on trade-off. Yeah, just to come back to this slide, so yeah, we wanted to remove it, but now it's there, so I will just summarize it quite quickly. So you will have all the technology there, which is classed between zero CO2 emission and zero pollutants emission. In all the cases, it's not always a question of technology, it's also a question of safety and regulation, homologation, and also the availability of the energy. And we just mentioned it just before with the fuel cell, we have a question around the packaging as well. And as I said before, it's always a question of trade-off, and all the technology has a good place in the complete solution portfolio. At FEV, we are working on both solution to hydrogen propulsion, some fuel cell system and H2IC system. So today I will not pitch about the fuel cell system, but we are able to develop a complete fuel cell. We will talk more details about the H2IC, so means by using the hydrogen in conventional internal combustion engine. So what is an internal combustion engine? By using hydrogen, you have a base engine coming from an existing engine, or it can be a new base. You will have the hydrogen storage, gaseous or liquid storage, which is quite similar that we saw just before with the fuel cell. It's exactly the same storage, just the difference will be the stage of pressure at the end. We will need an ignition system just to start the combustion of the hydrogen. And we would need a specific injection system. So, yeah, but whatever. Coming back to the basics, I would say on the theoretical point of view, we should have only water at the end, because hydrogen is not a carbon base. So we should have only water like a fuel cell, but in the real world we have still some NOx emission, which is at quite low levels compared to a diesel or diesel configuration, and we can have some CO2 coming from some oil droplets from lubricant. But it's at the very low levels, so means in terms of certification or homologation, we consider that the H2IC, it's a zero CO2 solution. It's really important, but it's not a zero emission solution, but zero CO2 emission. So we have different solutions to inject hydrogen in internal combustion engine. So you can inject 100% of hydrogen, or you can mix the fuel. So the first one will be 100% of hydrogen. You will be able to be zero CO2 with this solution. Two technologies are possible: direct injection and indirect injection. Direct injection will be more close to the conventional diesel. So we inject directly in the cylinder, but you will need a spark plug to start the combustion. And for indirect injection, you will be able to inject hydrogen in the intake pipe, and you will need a spark plug as well, and this technology is more close to the natural gas configuration. You have also the possibility to mix the fuel, and especially for a marine application, can be a good starting point in a transition to go ahead until the 100% of hydrogen. So you can use a micropilot, so means you will keep your diesel configuration and you will only use diesel to start the combustion. So you will not need a spark plug, and you will inject the hydrogen in the intake pipe. And you can have a dual fuel configuration, so means you keep your diesel fuel line and you inject a part of hydrogen in the intake part. You will be able to decrease emission, but you will be not zero CO2, and you will have the possibilities to mix natural gas and hydrogen in the intake. And you will be able to burn all the mixing with a spark plug. So we have many challenges for hydrogen combustion. So I would say we can summarize it in 4 pillars. The first one will be the air management. We need lots of air to burn the hydrogen. We are more or less over 2 in a lambda, and we need quite good H2 air mixture or homogeneity, and it strongly depends on the technology you choose. If you take indirect injection, you will have a quite good homogeneity of the mixture, because you will have time to mix the air and hydrogen before the cylinder, but you will need a quite high boosting effort. And if you go with a direct injection directly in the cylinder, you will have less time to mix hydrogen and air, but you will be able to have enough air in the cylinder. So really a challenge about the air path, and mainly about the turbocharger. The base case will be to have a twin turbocharger, but yeah, several projects are coming up with a single turbocharger today. And second one is the ignition system. So we mentioned that just before, that hydrogen will not burn alone, so we need an external source. Advantage of hydrogen, we have a large range of flammability, so it's quite easy to start a hydrogen combustion, and we do not need lots of energy from the spark plug to start the combustion. So you will have a specific spark plug, and you can have some work on the cylinder head as well if you do not have a configuration already ready with a ignition system, mainly on a diesel engine. The other one will be the injection. Of course, you will need to change the complete fuel line, and injection system. It's really important, and I would say it's a major challenge today due to the maturity of the injector so far. It depends also on the technology you choose, indirect or direct injection. Just to give you some order of magnitude, for indirect injection, you will be between 5 and 13 bars, more or less. And for direct injection, you will be between 13 and 50 bars. Of course, if you inject with a higher pressure, it's quite nice. But if you store your hydrogen at 700 or 300 bars, whatever, and you inject at 100 bars, the pressure will decrease in the storage, and you will not be able to use the entire storage capacity, so you will need to recompress the hydrogen, and you will lose efficiency at the end. And the latest topics, it's around the after treatment. It's always the question for the internal combustion engine. We do not have HC emission, CO emission, because it's not a carbon base, but we have still some NOx emission, which is at quite low levels. And we have also experience with SCR to treat this NOx. So we can achieve some quite good results. And as we can see on the picture below, hydrogen engine can be a mix between the diesel parts and natural gas part, and it's really an advantage of this technology. I will not go really in details to this slide because it should be removed. But I know that I will have the question about the efficiency. I really very I would say I really take care about the efficiency, because we mainly compare fuel cell efficiency and H2IC efficiency, but we have to really compare which is comparable. So means on a hydrogen engine, you will transform chemical energy to mechanical energy, so hydrogen to mechanical energy, and on a fuel cell, you will transform chemical energy to electrical energy, and means for the fuel cell you will need a battery, you will need a DC-DC, and you will need an e-machine as well. Even if all the efficiency of this system after the fuel cell are quite good, we have to compare the entire powertrain. And it's really important because we have the constant comparison between the both solutions, but we have to really take care about the figures. And for the rest, I already mentioned all the stuff. So as we discussed before, we can have a mix between a diesel part and a natural gas part. So means many advantage in a short term for this technology by using hydrogen. Of course, hydrogen, high energy storage and fast refueling, but it's same story for the fuel cell system. Diesel and design and operation, the thermal management is not so different than the one we can have on a diesel version. We are quite less driven to the hydrogen purity. It's really important compared to the fuel cell system, and compared to the fuel cell as well, we are able to achieve good efficiency in high loads operation, which is not the case for the fuel cell. As we mentioned, we have quite good cost for this technology because we have many components already on the shelf and already quite good known, I would say. And we have a strong experience on internal combustion engines since many years. But we have still some challenge. So of course, the fuel cost will be a challenge. The maintenance will be a challenge, engine out emission will be a challenge, and the powertrain noise. If we compare with a full electric configuration to fuel cell configuration, we have still some noise coming from the internal combustion engine, which is quite lower than the diesel version, but we have still some noise. And to conclude my presentation, I guess I am in time, great. Just to give you an overview about all the project ongoing and publicly announced. So we have a large solution coming from, so it's not dedicated to marine application, of course, but you can see different technology, indirect and direct injection system, and on-road and non-road application. And it's quite large and at FEV, but I think it was also mentioned by our colleagues from CEA, that the interest of this technology is coming really present, I would say, and we see many projects from many engine manufacturers, and we can work on the both solution. We mentioned, I guess, from EODev, Toyota. Toyota is working on the both solutions. So I think there is really a place for the both solution, and we have to push the both solution and to really select the right application for each solution. So thanks a lot for your attention. I think it was quite clear, I hope so. If you have any question about H2IC or fuel cell, I will be happy to exchange with you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, François. What I suggest we do is we're going to carry on. You can stay on the stage and take a seat. And then, so I will ask first Paolo Bertetti, Vice President Research and Development, to join us so that he can make a presentation, an introduction of a project that actually runs on hydrogen based on methanol, steam reforming. And then I would like to ask, you've already shifted, so I would ask Daniel Chatterjee from Rolls-Royce to join us on stage as well. He's a sustainability director, sustainability technology director at Rolls-Royce. And then I've got Nicolas Pomy, who's the director yacht and superyacht global at Volvo Penta, to join us on stage as well and take a seat. After Paolo Bertetti's presentation, Daniel and Nicola will briefly introduce also what they're working on, so that then we can discuss and you can ask them many questions about the use of alternative hydrogen applications on board big boats. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So it will not be a presentation because there is no time. I would like just to explain you what we have in mind in terms of hydrogen. So as San Lorenzo, we have a quite wide range of yachts. We start from 43 feet, very small one, up to 72 meters. So in this range, we have basically the possibility to look around to many issues, many solutions. And in general, I can say that we see hydrogen as a potential pivot for a revolution in the power generation on board. Can be hydrogen directly or indirectly. What we can say is that we are in a labyrinth. I mean, hydrogen is inside, and then what is the best path? There is not a single path that is winning everywhere. So we have started to investigate different options. So the first one is the direct use of hydrogen. As it was mentioned before, it can be a fuel cell or it can be an ICI engine. Fine. Then we can have another option that is green methanol. Green methanol can be used both with engines or fuel cells. And then we have the drop-in diesel fuel. That means standard fuels can be replaced by e-diesel fuel using the same engines than today. And then the last one, it was mentioned even this morning, the ammonia, that can be used with bi-fuel engines or even fuel cells. So we have many possible paths. At the end, when we will be out of the labyrinth, we will be in the position to say how long we have worked. So what is the best efficient system? And for sure, we will have at least two possible options. Starting from that, I could say that we have initiated a path in order to really evaluate in practice what is the result. because one point is the theoretical approach, chemical formulas, theoretical efficiency. Another point is to test it. And our first test will be in 2024, so next year, with two different options: fuel cell with hydrogen, and that will be a tender for the American Cup. It was presented yesterday, so I'm not going to explain that anymore, okay? And then the other option, what we are evaluating, we are working on, is fuel cell with methanol in order to get the power on board for the hotel load. And that will be installed on a 50-meter. That will be here next year in September. So both the options at the end will be on board. We will see what is good, what is not working, what is working properly, problems, and what else. We will prove that in practice. We call that pilots, because you need pilots in order to define at the end where you are. Sorry.
It should launch automatically.
Okay, so you see here the 50-meter.
Light is energy. Our light is called fuel cells system. It is a carbon-neutral power generation system dedicated to the hotellerie and designed by San Lorenzo and Siemens Energy. We use green methanol to generate clean electricity. A mix of methanol and water is transformed into hydrogen to produce up to 100 kilowatts of carbon-neutral energy. An innovative, safe, barrier-free system. Get ready for a new dawn. We will be the first to bring it in 2024.
So at the end, this is an example, but we have to be very clear. Don't think that just the yards and the engine manufacturers will define the winning solution. It's not that. We have other partners that can make it happen, that can create a success or a unsuccess. So the point is, yards, engine manufacturers, but for sure you have to consider the owner of the yachts and the captains or the crew, because when they have to deal with different fuels, different systems, they will make the difference between accepting or refusing. Then we have registers, we have flags, we have states that has to support the transition, whatever is hydrogen or methanol or ammonia. And then on top of that, we have even the marinas and the port, because at the end you have to bring the fuel here. So at the end, engineers will put on the table solutions, will define how they are good or bad or perfect, and then there is a teamwork, let's call teamwork, where all the other players have to concentrate on reducing what is the impact of the yachting in terms of the...
And join your colleagues. Thank you. Very nice video, actually. We look forward to seeing the real boat running on hydrogen, well, methanol hydrogen. Next year. Next year. So now we've got Nicola from Volvo Penta.
Yes, okay. Yeah, hello everybody. I'm Nicola Pumi. I'm Yachts and Super Yacht Director Global of Volvo Penta. Just to connect what Paolo said, of course, as engine manufacturer, we are in this kind of, game or what you call context, in this kind of, let's say, technological shift, which is not only made about, dual fuel, of course, but also electrification and so on. So if I look into the R&D development in the last 3 years, we have just more than double the resources put into this kind of new generation of propulsion system. And of course, alternative fuel, they are playing a super important role in that respect, because we have an advantages in somehow, so we can keep the technology we have, of course, with some adjustment, but we can keep the combustion engines alive, which is not bad, in order to gain time, in order to have, let's say, more mature technology going forward when it comes to electrification. When it comes to the methodology that Volvo Penta is using to develop, generally new product, is to first of all to try to test all the product on the marine commercial, in order to accumulate, let's say, running hour, and testing in a very heavy duty cycle the behavior of the engines, which is super important to then transfer it into the more recreational, let me say, or pleasure, boats. That give us a more, let's say, structured and more reliable data, in order to be sure that when we place this product into the more leisure market, everything is running according to the work cycle that we have defined. One of the points important, that exactly what I'm going to say, is that we, of course, we are looking for partner. In order to develop new technology, we need to open up a little bit the door for a partnership in order to develop together. For those they are really in this kind of technology, they have better know-how than us in order to build together the right product for the future. When it comes to the partnership, is it okay? We have developed together to CMB Technology, which is one of our partners, the H2 injection system, which is located on front of our engines. In that specific case, you are saying the D13 engines, which is the highest volume engines produced by the Volvo Group. And of course, this kind of system is not just used for D13. In that specific case, it's D13, but of course, we are developing this kind of system also for the other engines, and not only for propulsion system, but also for genset generation. When it comes to a real testing, it's this kind of boats, which is a people transportation boat called Hydro Bingo, which is actually in operation in Japan. And what we have done, we have installed two D13 engines, which are around the 441 kilowatt propulsion system equivalent, with 98 kilo in 20 individual cylinder Type 3 at 350 bar, And this kind of vessel is accommodating around 80 passenger plus 2 crew members. So this is around a boat running approximately at 22, 23 knots. The range of this boat is approximately, with a full load hydrogen on board, we are talking about approximately 1 day. They can run 1 day. And it's, of course, a prototype. This kind of system is not really commercialized, but as I said before, this is our methodology to test, the reliability of the system in order to scale down into the, leisure market. When it comes to the, this chart is just explaining what is our target in terms of saving in the, emission saving compared to diesel. Of course, in that specific case, we are talking about dual fuel engine, so it's not just pure hydrogen, but we are mixing the fuel together with diesel. And there you can see, if you look into the power output together with the saving in terms of emission, you see that at the lower power, we reach approximately, just on touching the engine at all, 65% on, carbon saving when it comes to the emission. By just adding an efficiency, just to control in a better way the engines, by changing a little bit the mapping of the engines, we reach even higher, efficiency. And then, of course, the third part is the co-development, doing with our partner in order to change even more the engines and the structure of the engines in order to reach even higher, let's say, consumption and emission savings, also in the different power, let's say, output power. This is what we have done, and of course we will tell you going forward what will be the result of this prototype we are running. And of course, this is not the only one project that Volvo Penta is working on, but of course there is a number of other projects in dual fuel, but also in the electrification journey. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Great. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of questions afterwards, but before we get to the discussion and questions, I'll ask Daniel to tell us what Rolls-Royce are doing.
Yeah, thank you. It's all my pleasure to be here. And Yeah, I'm from Rolls-Royce, Daniel Chatterjee, and probably you know mostly our brand for maritime propulsion, MTU. And I would maybe like to give a bit food for thought, not to we go into technical details. So as Rolls-Royce, we're looking really on the whole ecosystem. That's just because we also make aviation turbines, we're in the power generation business, we make propulsions for mining equipment. So this is a bit why our view is, or the first challenge is actually, from our view, not a technology challenge to convert the hydrogen. We have it already heard, so this is our view on the availability. And I think we need to recognize that the next 10 years will be a biofuel world, because that's at the moment the fuel which scales. We see now investments, projects coming on hydrogen or hydrogen-based fuels like e-diesel, e-methanol, and they will ramp up after 2030. And that will first generate the availability of hydrogen. And there's maybe another topic to give just some piece of reality. So today, the announced projects for 2030 will cover 10% of the fuel need of Germany. And from them, 1% have an investment decision. So there's really a way to go, and that's maybe the first challenge. And maybe a side note, the first off-taker of those fuels will be not maritime, that will be the chemical industry. So that's again what I think Paolo said. We need to make sure that we get a share of the fuel. The next thing is, and this was already mentioned, just the energy density. So I think originally this was animated, but you can see schematically, if you look on diesel, so you need, if you go for methanol, 2 times the tank volume, or you reduce the operating distance, then ammonia would be 3 times. And even if you go for 700 bar and you make no compromise on range, you would not, in that case it's a petrol vessel included. So alternative fuels means a compromise on operating distance, and as we have seen, especially ferries, point-to-point sources, they can do it directly. But at the end, in our view, how would hydrogen, what role will hydrogen play in around 2030 world? So we believe in the major market for yachts, it will basically be the first step to produce higher density fuels. Could be an e-diesel, could be methanol. So I think methanol would be, from our view, a bit newer fuel, but if you look on other topics in a harbor environment, and there's an example of a project we're doing in Duisburg in Germany, hydrogen will be used for generate onshore power, because we are maybe not only an engine manufacturer since a few years, we into the fuel cell business, we're even in the electrolyzer business, and in that project we will deliver 1.5 megawatt fuel cell systems 2 times, and the same as a hydrogen engine. So, but the key message is, in our view, probably we will see in a maritime environment the hydrogen engine and the fuel cell, the hydrogen fuel cell, first maybe more on a stationary side. And if we talk on fuel cells, it makes more sense to have a methanol fuel cell, because you can use the same fuel. Might be our crystal ball, but that's what I want to share how we would see the world. Might not come that, but that's a bit our focus really. So we know hydrogen can burn in an engine and fuel cell. That's possible, so that is not the topic, but the question is more, okay, where will we see it? And clearly, if you have some harbor vessels like tugs, or we have seen ferries, there will be also hydrogen applications there, but we believe in a broader sense for yachting and other applications, we will see more high-density fuels around 2030, and then there will be innovations. Let's see what comes. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can see there's a lot of work being done, a lot of developments, a lot of alternatives, but also a lot of uncertainty onto the use and applications of those alternatives. As you said, without having a crystal ball, which solution all of you or each of you would actually favor? Tough one. The 4 of you can answer.
Yeah, but I mean, just to first, I mean, as you know, we have discussed a little bit about, I mean, all of to the panel list we had today, we are almost on the, I mean, this is my opinion, of course, we are almost on the same page. We don't have a silver bullet, of course. We don't have a one-size-fits-all. Of course, difficult to say what will be the standard. As we have, listened today, that there is a number of technology that are coming in. Of course, we have opportunity to develop also to keep our technology by using alternative fuel, which is very good, to gain time to have maybe even more mature, let's say, technology going forward. Of course, we are, just at the beginning of the development also for the alternative fuel, because we are talking about methanol, we're talking about hydrogen, but we have to talking about green methanol and green hydrogen also. So, and also the supply of this kind of alternative fuel available for all the yachting industry and the maybe big ship industry. So there is number of steps which is a little bit difficult, as you said correctly. We don't have any crystal ball, of course, here. But I think that in the range of this solution, for sure, one of them will be probably the best one at the end to fit into our, let's say, segment. I don't know if I have answered to your question.
You're a very good politician. What you're saying in a way is like the use of hydrogen as internal combustion engine is a very good transition solution. Is that what you all think, or yeah? I mean, whoever wants to comment.
Yeah, I don't think it's a transition solution, because if you look like you said, there will be a range of energy converters, and depending on the application, it might be the best one. I mean, as an engineer, it's nice to develop all those things, but I mean, as a company, we need to think where to spend our R&D budget. So therefore, just because we're doing all that shows we believe there's a home, an application for every those technologies. Which one where? So I mean, there's certain topics. So for example, you need high purity hydrogen for a fuel cell. Okay, if you're not able to get that, then the combustion engine will be better. Or if you, the power generation example, if you are able to use the heat, again, if you compare it with low temperature, the engine is better. In other applications, if you want to have zero noise, the fuel cell is better. If you need operating range and easy handling of the fuel, you will mess on it. So we believe there will be really a mix in the solutions in the future maritime system.
At the end, I would say space is one point that cannot be forgotten, and the combination of space and range that you need will define definitely the fuel. Because no discussion, if we need 3,000–4,000 miles of range, there is no way. Maybe with B-fuel, that means methanol plus diesel fuel, we can get that. Squeezing the space as much as possible. In that condition, forget hydrogen, forget batteries, forget what else. So if you are looking for long range, I think that we need a liquid fuel and with high level of energy inside. So methanol, in our view, is today what we can expect. If you are focusing yourself on short range or day boat, then hydrogen could be a good option. And you can use both with fuel cells or ICI engine, depending on the purity. If it's a very good, nice, clean green hydrogen, fuel cell is perfect. If you're not sure about the purity and you're going to kill the fuel cell in a short while, exactly. Much better an ICI engine. Yes. At the end, we are meeting each other every 6 months because almost the same faces around. And I don't see in 6 months big changes. But maybe in 1 or 2 years from now, we will be here to say, look, what we were thinking as the good one 2 years ago is not anymore that. So the technology is moving fast, but certain limit cannot be removed. And one of these limits is the space that you have on board.
And yeah, maybe perhaps something we didn't mention so far about the retrofit of the existing fleet. Maybe by using a part of hydrogen in a diesel engine can make sense to start to decrease emission without major modification of the powertrain, and maybe can make sense for these constraints about the density of energy. Yeah?
I could mention, I see here Engel de Boer, that is from Lloyd's Register. He maybe will discuss later on about the conversion. For sure is a big issue, the conversion, the retrofit. Not for the engines, but for the tanks. Even going really simple with methanol. If you have to bring methanol, it's not just an issue of volume, it's an issue of cofferdam, it's an issue of safety system. So conversion on yachts is a big issue. Maybe on a commercial ship, when you can have tanks on the bridge and in an open space, maybe it's easier.
Engel will indeed join us on the next roundtable, where we will confront the reality of those that have developed the project as well. If I listen to you, one question that brings to my mind is to what extent then, let's say, the combustion of hydrogen into existing or adapted combustion engine proves very successful in the various projects you work on, the development you're doing. To what extent do you think it could impact the evolution of the use of fuel cells especially? I mean, we talked before about low temperature fuel cells and how they're being applied in yachting, especially nowadays. Do you see that in a way they could become competitor solutions, or they will all have their own range of applications and markets?
Yeah. On the one side, because we're working on both. On the one hand side, I think for some points that there are certain markets, because if you are in a natural reservoir, you will have no emission. But in generally, on our view is, and maybe the fuel cell manufacturers know that better, I mean, fuel cells need to scale on cost. And that will be done, in our view, not by passenger, it will be more by truck market. So, but this has to start. And in our projections, then there will be in the future a time where the cost can meet with the combustion engine, and then I would say that is then a fair alternative. But before that, besides what we talk on purity, there's a significant cost difference. That's clear. That's logical, because if you take the base engine, you change turbocharger, we heard that already. That's more an evolution, while maybe the fuel cell is a revolution. So I think cost will be still an important factor.
No, I fully agree. So the development of fuel cells has to be shared, especially when it comes to the research and development cost with the automotive. Even for Volvo, we have done this joint venture with Daimler in order to develop fuel cell, but it's something that it will come. You know, it's not ready now to be implemented and industrialized in a scale on the marine market. For sure, we need also to look into the work cycle. Probably, I mean, fuel cell will fit a little bit more in specific work cycle compared to the others, but generally we don't have a real, let's say, industrialized solution.
Thank you. I guess, you know, considering what we talked about with the low temperature European fuel cells of the previous roundtable, they know what they've got to do to make it happen and make sure that they can actually implement their solutions. Thank you. I'm sure that there's quite a few questions from the floor, probably also from fuel cell manufacturers. Yes, Paul?
Thank you very much. My question is more on the energy system point of view. I can understand that from the technology, methanol engine is very good, is maybe the best solution, everything. But from the energy system, when you are, for example, looking at the report of IRENA or IEA, methanol is not considered as a fuel for maritime because the availability of CO2, you need to have sustainable methanol with a certification of low carbon. And for that, you need CO2 from the atmosphere or biomass. And probably in the future, the availability or the cost, it's the same, will be very limited. So I have some doubt about a massive production of e-methanol, because we need also for aeronautics, we need also e-fuel for a lot of things. So the CO2 will be needed for different things. And at the contrary of ammonia or biofuel, maybe there will be some severe limitation on the e-methanol. So maybe the limitation will not come from the best solution in terms of technology, but maybe from the sourcing of CO2 and methanol.
Yeah, maybe we can try to answer. So actually, our view from methanol comes actually not at the end from the engine. So there are two reasons why we believe in methanol. First, like you said, if you look on the energy system, who are probably the ones who trigger scale? And that's for us, chemical industry. They need ammonia and they need methanol. You're right. We have a kind of a technology trigger put on methanol. So at the moment, direct air capture is around $1,000 per ton, and it's clear to come to reasonable that this needs to be happen, that the prognosis is around 200, 300, and that's actually a trigger to get that amount. But in between, I think that's like biological sources, still point sources, which at least 5 is EU allowed. But yeah, this needs to kick in, but on all the things we're discussing, you need at the end to put some triggers to see in your crystal ball to happen. But for our view, this cost and scaling, direct air capture needs to happen, also for aviation. And that is a prerequisite, yeah.
May I add one comment? It's true what you're saying, but we have to take into account that the fuel that is used by yachting is a very negligible part. So, as you can see from newspaper, Maersk, that is bringing around goods, have ordered something like 20 giga container ship, 15 medium-sized container ships, and they are considering with another engine manufacturer, not sitting here, to have a refitting of existing engines with B-fuel. And they have signed something like 16 contracts with suppliers of green methanol all around the world. So they have the mass, they have the strength, they have the force to make it happen. For yachting, it will be really nothing. So we have to, in some way, take advantage of the big brothers that are going this direction, and then we will get that.
Thank you. Great. Another question, maybe? No? Yes, okay. One last. Well, it will be the last question so that we can get on to the next panel and last panel.
Hello. What do you think of solid storage for hydrogen?
I guess everyone heard the news of that French research team that was awarded the European Invention of the Year a few days ago. And they also won the prize of the jury, in fact, so it's quite interesting.
So let's say, is a solution, is used by the Navy for submarines. The point is that you need almost 100 kilograms of metal powder for 1 kilogram of hydrogen. And on top you have to cool down the hydrogen and this powder when you are charging, and it's a long process. And then you have to heat the powder when you have to bring out the hydrogen. So for a submarine, I think is fine, but for our purpose, in terms of weight and practicality, I think that is not a solution.
Thank you. No more questions? Well, thank you, gentlemen. Very interesting and eye-opening. If you can give them a round of applause so that and get ready for the picture. Thanks. Well, thank you. And so on to our last session, which promises to be quite interesting, since it's about integrating H2 solutions in boat design from conception to reality. We will confront the reality of developing these products, boats, compared to the theoretical discussions, technical discussions we've had, and see what these projects are actually, which challenges they're actually facing. To that purpose, one interesting part of that roundtable is we decided to bring two teams that take part in the Energy Boat Challenge. All these students, they develop projects that are obviously laboratory. For them, it's R&D, but they also obviously try and turn them into practical solutions, and they also face many challenges, which is why I would like to first call on stage Simon Dort from Swiss Solar Boat at EPFL. I don't know whether you can have the slide with, okay, we probably don't have the slide with everyone's face on it. And Mathieu Verville, who's the general manager of Exocet. If he's here somewhere, or not yet. Okay, well, we'll try and get him, then if he's not. So, yeah, here he is. Okay, so these two teams, as I said, they developed specific boat projects to take part in the Energy Challenge, and we thought it would be interesting to confront their views with obviously the engineering side, the practical and yachting side of the industry, which the audience is representing. And so we'll start with Exocet. You can stand up if you want, or you can, up to you. And I've got the clicker here.
Hello everyone, my name is Matthew. I come from Team Exocet from Canada, which is on the other side of the Atlantic. And as mentioned, we participate for the first year now in the energy class. And it's also the first time we worked on a hydrogen boat, and we're quite proud to be working on a 100% hydrogen powered boat. So, to give you a bit of context, this is the map of the refueling stations in Europe, and it's the current status which most of the team can work with. But for us, since we're a North American team, the main challenge that we faced is that it's really expensive, and it's really hard actually to get hydrogen for our team, because this is the same map but from North America. As you can see, there's almost no refueling station, so it's extremely hard to get hydrogen for the hydrogen boat. So the other problem is that that we faced is the main reason we aim everyone here to get hydrogen in the boats is because we strive for a greener means of propulsion. But sadly, right now, 95% of the hydrogen produced and used in the boating and transport energy, it comes from SMR, which is a steam methane reforming, which basically needs to burn methane in order to produce hydrogen. So we saw a big electrification potential, because why burn methane when you can use electric energy, and we have lots of that energy in Canada. So we worked on our team on the electrification, on the steam methane reforming process, and we managed to use ceramic heating panels in collaboration with the local industries producing hydrogen. And using electrified ceramic heating, we achieved 95% less CO2 than the traditional SMRs. But we also managed to reduce the power consumption compared to electrolysis by 82%, which is quite good in our opinion. Also the other big challenge with changing the way we produce hydrogen is that there's a lot of power plants right now that produce hydrogen. But this alternative, compared to electrolysis, it's also possible to integrate this technology in the methane reformer that we currently use in most of the market. We also did market analysis, because the main problem with green hydrogen right now is that it's super expensive because of the energy cost that it requires. But since this requires much less energy, and the building cost of the facilities is much cheaper because you can reuse the materials that you use in the previous generation of reformers. We managed to bring the energy cost quite low, which is comparable to the current market in Canada. It is based on the energy price in Canada, however, because we have a lot of hydroelectricity, so the energy price is much lower.
Thank you very much. Very interesting initiatives and successes as well. And I'm sure there will be some questions afterwards.
And so, hello everyone. I'm Simon from Swiss Solar Boat in the EPFL. So, Swiss Solar Boat is a team that built a solar boat for the solar class here in the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. We're lucky to participate to the 21 and 22 edition, so 2 years. And after this, we decided last year to move to hydrogen energy. So since 1 year, we are working on 2 different projects. So first, as we are students, we want to increase and to build knowledge about hydrogen. So with this, we were lucky to have one platform, one foiling platform. So we decided to use this boat as a test platform with adding hydrogen range extender on these boats. And the aim for the team for next years is, in parallel of this, to build a new boat for 25. So the aim for the team is to place us between racing and competition, between the academical research and also between industries, because we don't have economical constraints like industries, and we want to build some prototype. So with this, we want to go also in a complete reflection around the energy, with also energy production, adding solar panels on the boats, because main of the time the boat stays in the harbour. So that's really interesting to have a vehicle to grid energy production in the system. And we also really want to lower the CO2 impact during the production, with a lot of reflection on the carbon and composites structure fabrication production, with more or less carbon fiber production or some stuff like this.
Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting, and it does echo what we said yesterday. We're talking about building, having molds for the boats, and the fact that you need to look at that in terms of the overall impact in doing the life cycle assessment. So thank you for the 2 of you for making this explanation. I think it does give an insight into what all the teams downstairs are all doing to try and make things better. And you can see that there's some progress to be made, and that they need to be helped, supported, challenged as well. But we do invite you to actually talk to them, and you'll probably find some engineers for your own teams in the very near future, thanks to these guys and girls. Many thanks. Some questions, maybe, quickly, because we are a bit behind track. Well, we're quite behind track on schedule. So if you have a couple of questions, or maybe you want to talk to them afterwards. No? No questions? Okay, fine. Good. So then I would like, because we only have 4 seats, so if you don't mind, you can go back to the audience, and a big round of applause indeed. And so for our final session, I'd like to call Espen Oino, who's a naval architect from Espen Oino International, to join me on stage. And then we'll have Engel de Boer, for Global Yacht Segment Director for Lloyd's Register. As you can guess, there could be some questions about certifications when applying the reality of boat development, hydrogen boat development. Then we'll have Victor Laravoie, who's a Project Execution Manager for LMG Marin. He's going to tell us a bit more also about the challenges they're facing when developing these boats. And then we're going to have Chloé Zayed, who's a General Manager at EFIRA, and obviously knows what it takes when it comes to developing hydrogen-powered boats. So each of them will make a very brief introduction. I've seen some slides coming in, they were quite extended, so obviously didn't follow the instructions of making it short. So I do trust that you'll be able to make very short presentations of your projects. And then we can start a discussion with certainly many questions from the audience. Thank you. And so we start with Espen.
Hello, does it work? Yeah. Good afternoon. Yes, indeed. Just about good afternoon. Yeah. I'm Espen. I'm a naval architect. I am mostly involved with yachts. More recently, we've been involved with some public transportation projects, and this is one of them. This is a sorry. Oh, we have it here, right? We have this is a 43-meter public transportation vessel that is being planned for operation in Norway with hydrogen as the only fuel. One of the things that perhaps hasn't been emphasized enough here today, I feel, is that, of course, producing the energy is important, but it is really important to try and reduce the energy requirements, that's our role as naval architects. When it comes to reducing energy requirements for propulsion, it's important to reduce the resistance. So we have opted for a catamaran hull here, which is very efficient in a displacement mode and even high-speed displacement mode, because they're very, very slender hulls, and we are providing the transfer stability by arranging the two hulls and bridging them with a deck, and which gives ample space for passengers. This particular project is meant to operate in the fjords. There are 2 areas of the Norwegian fjords that will become zero-emission zones in January 2026, and many of the big cruise ships, most of them, I think, will not be able to go in there as of then. Another aspect which is important when you speak about hydrogen is its availability. This is a challenge in many places. In the fjords, the private investors behind this project have started building a plant to produce the hydrogen locally, and this is a key component of the success of this project. It will be produced using hydroelectric power. There are many smaller hydroelectric power stations in the fjords in Norway. Some of them are not connected to the grid, and we will use one of these to produce the hydrogen through electrolysis locally. And the production facility will be about 300 meters from the dock, and this is what we think will guarantee the success of this vessel. Its cruising speed is about 17 knots. And we can do about 180 nautical miles on one fuel. It's, for the moment, planned in carbon fiber. We're also considered aluminium, but for the moment, this is in carbon fiber. We've also tried to design it in a way that it will provide another level of experience for the passengers. You can see the design has a lot of glass, and the idea is that the passengers can enjoy the scenery whilst cruising along on a very quiet ship, even when it's raining and when it's cold, which is often the case up there. I have a little slide showing the propulsion system, which is basically 2 electric pods. And you can see here on top of the roof, this is where the hydrogen storage bottles and the tanks are located. They're compressed at 350 bar, and they provide the fuel for the fuel cell system, and then you can see the power electronics and switchboards and the batteries and the pods one in each hull. So it's a fairly simple system, and the key to it is, as I said, the availability of the hydrogen, which I'm sure Chloe can talk more about, because I think she's had some challenges with this. Well, that's all.
Thank you, Espen.
And the challenge, just to say that for the yachting, is, of course, this is a fairly simple operation ABC CBA on a very limited basis. The challenge with the yachts is, of course, that most yachts expect, at least of this size and above, expect to have considerable range, including transatlantic range, and that's where it's very difficult to use alternative fuels, basically.
Especially if you aim to produce locally, right?
Exactly.
Thank you, Espen. So Engel is going to tell us, the certification classification societies are very much in focus, and not necessarily in a very positive way when it comes to hydrogen, but he does want to share with us that things are moving forward. Right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for the introduction, for the somewhat negative introduction, but that doesn't matter. We're quite used to it. First of all, I wanted to remind you of something the Secretary General of the IMO recently stated, which is we cannot take our foot off the accelerator. And it basically means we have to move forward at an even more accelerated pace when it comes to this transition we're going through. As I stated yesterday, the MEPC is currently debating the latest set of requirements which will be imposed upon the maritime industry, resulting in a zero-emission shipping in 2050. So far, the yacht industry and the offshore industry has been exempted from these particular requirements, but within no doubts whatsoever that the regulations are already in the phase of development for them to be applied to any ships above 400 gross tons, which will in the end also include yachts. There is no doubt about it. It will happen at one stage or another. And as I said last year during this conference, if we don't take our responsibilities within the industry, the responsibilities will be imposed upon us. So yeah, I think a lot of the previous speakers over the last 2 days have already sort of spoken about this transition we're going through within the industry, very similar to what MTU was saying, Rolls-Royce was saying earlier, and San Lorenzo as well. Looking at where we stand at the moment, we're seeing a lot of new projects hitting the water with batteries or hybrid systems on board in combination with internal combustion engines. In 2024, 2025, we will see the first methanol-fueled projects hitting the water, whilst at the same time there are a number of projects already in build and which will hit the water using, amongst other things, also hydrogen as a fuel in combination with other forms of the storage of energy, because that is really the biggest challenge we're faced with. Then, of course, as you've heard earlier, some of the engine manufacturers are in the process of building engines which are suitable to be run on hydrogen or methanol as fuel. That will probably come, and I'll stand to be corrected by the engine manufacturers with whom I'd like to have some more discussions from perhaps 2026, 2027, 2028 onwards. And when we look in about 10 years on into the future, it will be a combination of all of those. It will be methanol, it will be hydrogen, it will be batteries, but also other things such as liquid organic hydrogen carriers, which is a concept which is really interesting to look at, also from the industry. And like I said last year, even the option of nuclear fuel, which everybody gets really scared about, but in fact the current technology nowadays is quite intrinsically safe. But there's a bit of a social aspect to it, which makes it a bit more demanding. All of this, of course, means that there is a huge impact on the designs of yacht. This is what, of course, this session was all about, and hence we have these respected designers on stage. We already talked about fuel properties, the impact of the fuel properties, the fact that you need a certain amount of volume on board of your yachts. You need tank connection spaces. You need to have cofferdams in order to protect the vessel and the surrounding, to make sure it is safe. Appropriate ventilation needs to take place. You need to have consideration of where your hazardous areas are on board of the vessel, to make sure that you don't create any dangerous situations. You don't want your guests to be smoking their cigarettes in certain areas, and all of this has an impact on the design of yachts. Coming back to what you said earlier, to what you referred to earlier, regulations have taken a little while to materialize. That's because with any sort of novel technology, we need to work with the industry first in terms of risk-based designs and risk certification, to work together with the industry, to work together with the experts, to identify the risks, to then develop the appropriate systems, and then following several years of experience to then introduce the rules and regulations, which I'm happy to say there are available. The hydrogen as fuel regulations came out in March this year. The Lloyd's Register regulations with respect to hydrogen as fuel, very similar to methanol as fuel. They've been in place since 2014. Lloyd's has been involved with hydrogen as fuel since 2000 I need to be careful what I say, 17, when the first hydrogen-fueled passenger carrier was developed and launched in Belgium. The role of class is perhaps important to realize, and I think all of you have heard and seen, I mean, you can't have missed it, I think, the issues with a certain submarine which sank and imploded. And there was a lot of reference being made to the role of classification societies. In this particular example, classification society rules and regulations, I'm not sure whether they were used. They were claimed that they were used, but the vessel itself was never certified in accordance with, and the consequences we have seen. Independent verification is important. If it isn't safe, it is not sustainable. And we could be sitting here for many, many years to come talking about all sorts of concepts and all kinds of new fuel cells. But if it isn't safe, you're not going to get an uptake, and it's not going to get anywhere. So that is a little bit of the bad news. But I strongly believe in it, and I strongly believe that all the solutions being put forward nowadays are viable. I'm actually of the opinion that they will actually be implemented in an even more accelerated pace than what we've seen so far on the screens today. That's it, really. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingo. Just before we get to Victor, and before I forget, what about hydrogen as the main primary source of power in the certification of vessels? It was mentioned before. There was one question on the fact that at the moment, it's like, and probably Chloe can tell us more about that, we're playing tricks in a way. Using batteries or alternative or joint solutions with diesel engines or whatever. How is that moving forward in terms of agreeing to have hydrogen fuel cell being the main source of power for a boat?
That's a generic question to all of us, or specifically aimed at class?
Well, it's a generic question, but it's quite specifically aimed at class.
Okay, fine. Well, like I said before, I mean, hydrogen will be one of the solutions looking at the future. There are a lot of challenges with it, not from a technological point of view, exactly like Rolls-Royce MTU stated, in the previous session. The technology is there. The technology has been there for many, many years. Perhaps not necessarily in the marine world. The biggest challenge we have, of course, is this particular sector having to try to fit this technology within a yacht which is carrying passengers, very expensive cargo, and thereby not saying that the crew is not expensive, because as far as I'm concerned, whether it's the crew or whether it's a passenger, it's a life, and it needs to be treated very, very careful. So it will definitely be one of the solutions, and it's very much dependent on the range, it's very much dependent on the speed, it's very much dependent on the configuration, it's very much dependent on the design of the yachts. But come on, we're all clever. We have fantastic brains here also sitting on stage. We're able, if the technology is there, if the fuel supply is there, okay, prices will have to come down to a certain extent, but we are able to find a solution to this. And the pressure is on. I will repeat, the pressure is on. And please don't think that the yacht industry will remain outside of the scope of international legislation. It will happen.
Thank you. Victor, you're next on the list, so please kindly introduce yourself.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. So I'm Victor Laraboire. I'm Project Execution Manager for LNG Marine France. I'm not going to redo all the presentation of LMG Marine. You may have heard it this morning with Martin. So I will just give you a rough portfolio of the hydrogen development we have ongoing, so that you have a full picture. So it's only those we can talk about, but there are already quite a lot. So you have Hydra, which is the first ferry operating on liquid hydrogen, sailing for a few months now. It's a world first. You have Zulu 6. Zulu 6 is a joint development. It's a European project. We are integrating the hydrogen system on board. We are doing the design of the hydrogen system. Zulu 6, I can tell now that the derogation process is almost succeeded. You may have heard about that in the coming weeks. We have ongoing a buoy handling vessel, which will be also equipped with some fuel cells. It's worth to mention that Hydra is hybrid, fuel cell and batteries. Zulu 6 is also hybrid, fuel cell and batteries. The buoy landing vessel will have a more conventional power source with Tyson engine and also additional power supply with fuel cell, and it will be the same for the dredger. So all those 4 projects, I can say, are becoming real. Some are already operating, some will be in the coming month, and others will be next year, but they are becoming real. So that's the main point here. And we have ongoing design concept. You have seen quite a lot today, this picture of Energy Observer 2, so this is another view, but this is a project that is ongoing at LMG Marine. And there is also this, I like this picture of ZEF, this zero emission fast ferry, which is also fully zero emission, and hopefully will be flying in the coming years.
Thank you. And last but not least, Chloe, if you can tell us more. But try and keep it short because you had like 15 slides.
Thank you, Laurent. So just firstly, sorry, but I firstly planned to make the presentation in French, but nobody has the headphones, so I'm gonna doing it in English. So just please excuse my English. I'm French, so that's it. Okay, now we can go. Okay, so I'm Chloé Zayed. So basically, I'm a boat captain, and I had a dream. I really wanted to reconcile motor yachting with my job and preserve the environment at the same time. So that's why I created the first boat, the New Era, really famous here, because actually 2 years ago we won the Open Sea class to the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge for sure. But after that, to be honest, because now I'm really talking to you about my experience. It's not a fake boat, it's a real one. We are doing tours now for 2 years, and actually it's pretty hard in reality because there is no infrastructure, there is nothing existing ecologically. Bringing a truck in the port, you don't really know where it's come from the hydrogen also, so it's so weird. So, and operationally also it's pretty hard because you have to come on the port at 6 a.m. So it's so early for me and mostly for my future clients, it's not acceptable. So that's why we decided to solve this hard equation. And now we are associated with EFIRA. So EFIRA is the full solution. It's the first ecosystem. So it's the boat, the producing station. So we produce the hydrogen on site and we refuel our boat. So yes, I want to precise that. It's only for our client. It's not, we are not the station on the port, for sure. It's gonna be hard. And the next point, it's the community, because it's also really important to create a network. So now we created, after the New Era, the first boat, we create a new experience of navigation with the new boat, new range of boats. So actually it's a 48 feet boat. So we are not classified boat, so maybe if I can say it's easier because we are not classified. Actually, it's not easier in reality, it's really not. But maybe when you do something, the Maritime Authority don't really have choice, so they need to homologate the boat and we can doing it. So we create different definition from the most sportive to the last with a very VIP a limousine for transport VIP. So for me it's really important to say we wanted to have the same performance as a normal boat, traditional boat. So we can get 30 knots, the cruising speed is 20 knots, and we have like 150 nautical miles at 20 knots. So yeah, you can say, wow, no? Thank you. Okay, we are here. Okay, I know you are hungry, but it's coming. EFIRA station, the most important point in our model, because it's really the strategic pivot, because we understand with these last 2 years that it's really important to control all the supply chain, from the producing of hydrogen to the refueling of the boat. So with this full ecosystem, we actually has the solution. So we have a different model of station for 1 boat, 4 boats, or tailor-made. So if you have a house, your property with a pontoon in front of you and you want to create your own hydrogen, you can find me after at the buffet. And the community also, it's important because we make it simple actually. Because everything now it's included in our solution. If you are the client, you just need to pay for a membership and everything it's included. You don't have to think, how can I do my refueling? How can I drop my boat in a port? So you have the place of the port, you have the refueling, you have all the services that we can perfectly know here. And also the goal for us is to create an international network with the station, with EFIRA station all around the world, and to have a committed navigator. I'm on time, Laurent.
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you. So thanks to the 4 of you, obviously we can see these projects coming to fruition, coming to reality. My question is, and I think you've already partly answered, but we can repeat the message to everybody here, is what have been, or what are still the main challenges? And obviously you're finding solutions, but what are some of your reality confrontation experience messages you want to deliver to? I mean, after all, we're in Monaco, right? It's the 4th hydrogen working group roundtable with the Monegasque authorities also being here. So I'm sure there are some messages that you want to carry across. Who wants to start?
Maybe the first thing we can say is it takes time. It takes time from the beginning of the project to the actual completion. You have seen Hydra. Hydra is almost, I think project was started in 2017. It's almost 6 years it lasts until completion. Zulu 6, it's part of a European project which was started in 2019, so it's almost 4 years now. And the ship design was not part of this, it was already done, so only for integration it was 4 years. And all this because when we started, there was no rules, there was no regulation, nothing, so we had to take all the authorities and classification society by the end and tell them, okay, we need to do something, we want to put hydrogen on board, and how do we do that? And there was no answers. So it takes time, but now it's getting better and better. As you said, there are new regulations coming into force, so all the ecosystem is coming, all the rules are coming also, but it's a long journey.
Thank you. Chloe, I guess you've got some messages as well.
Yeah, sure. So for sure, we have a lot of challenges that we have to face on, but I prefer to say focus on the solutions. And actually, next year, for our part, the biggest challenge that we have now is to have berth in the ports, for sure. Even if you have the station and stuff, if you don't have berth in the ports, it's not working. So now it's also to educate port authority to say, okay, it's not dangerous. So we are doing it, and I'm so impatient. So we're gonna have the first station next year in Marseille for a little event, you know, a sportive, and like maybe with 2 billiards of people looking this event in Paris and in Marseille, but I can't say the name, okay? So we're gonna have boat, and we're gonna have station next year in this small event, okay? So it's concrete. So it's taking time, but I'm really optimistic. I'm sure we can do it by showing that doing things. Acting, I think it's the key of doing something. We did the boat, and as 2 years ago, the Maritime Authority was like, okay, so what can we do with this boat? There is no rules, there is no regulation. Okay, but the boat is here now, so what can we do? And we do it, and now we keep going, and I'm pretty optimistic about the future, and we are showing it.
Thank you. Just to rebound on this, when you say the ports and marinas, is it like this resistance, or this simply lack of understanding, lack of knowledge? It's like now you're coming with a station, with a boat, and you can't have a space because there's no space, or because they're resisting to change?
I think it's a big mix of what you said. It's depending. Sometimes it's just because they don't understand, because we are pioneer, and most of the people don't really know about hydrogen. They are really scared. They have opinion, and most of the time it's a bad opinion, but at the same time they have pressure because they know that they need to change, and at the same time we are mostly here in the south of France. There is no more space in the port, so it's pretty hard also, but they know that they have to do something, and we have a part of the solution, and it's the concrete one ready right now, so they are moving forward slowly.
Thank you.
Can I just add to that? I mean, it's a little bit of a catch-22, or forgive me for the pun, you know, catch-2050 circle we're in at the moment. You know, the supply would potentially be there, the technology is already there. From a Lloyd's perspective point of view, we've carried out a number of risk assessments on ports, Port of Antwerp, Port of Rotterdam, and other ports for the bunkering of alternative fuels, including hydrogen, in order to make sure that the bunkering facilities are adequate for the intended purpose. So that is also one of the other things which needs to be clarified to the industry, and I also think clarified to those who want to make use or are contemplating buying or developing projects, that it is feasible, it is there. The rules and regulations are now available. The evaluation of the bunkering facilities in the ports, the risk assessments, they have been done. The experience is actually available.
But when you say they're available, is it feasible? I mean, there's all sorts of stories. We were talking with friends yesterday about what's happening in Italy. Like, if you want to have a hydrogen station, the impression is that, oh, you need to have a perimeter of 300 meters all around the station, you know, as clear. So there's sorts of urban legends in a way, or port legends about these infrastructure requirements. Do you think that there's a need for clarification on that as well?
If I make a few words about that, you're right, and it was also mentioned by Chloe that the first thing you hear about hydrogen, it's risky, it's a dangerous material, and we need to put all the ecosystem around that. But it's important to remind people that when they go to the gas station to refuel their car, it's also a dangerous product. It's just that we have hundreds of experience about that. We know how to handle it properly and how to put a measure to protect the people. And we need to do the same with hydrogen. That's only what we have to do. to put the proper protection around that.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Espen for his feedback, because up in Norway, they pretty much way ahead of everyone. So when you develop this project, I'm sure that they've anticipated all these issues.
Yes, but there is one aspect we haven't discussed, which I think is relevant to this, and we had some incredible experiences last year with the energy prices in Norway, which 100% of the energy, electrical energy in Norway, close to 100% is produced by hydroelectric power. But we're a big exporter of oil and gas, but as we're linked to the European grid, energy prices, electricity prices went through the roof. And of course, when you produce hydrogen from hydroelectric power, it's reflected in the cost. And the cost is something which also I think we need to discuss in all this. When we talk to yacht owners about energy transition, there more and more of them are coming on board, but of course they all want to know what's the cost. And right now it's very hard to calculate what the cost of the installation, the engineering, the integration, but also the fuel in the future. And this is an aspect that we should not forget, I think.
Thank you. Questions from the ground? Yeah, plenty of hands raised.
Yes, so this is a question for you, Chloe. Let's say if you were a boat, you would like to go from a greater distance than your actual range. How much time does it take to refuel your boats? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Actually, it's not the problem. We solve this problem by doing our ecosystem. I mean, we are creating and building a day boat. So there is a promise in this name. Is to do the boat on the day, okay? So we are doing, because of also for safety reason, we are doing the refueling by night with a very slow débit. How do you say that?
Flow.
Flow. Merci. With a very small flow, like 4 grams per second with hydrogen. So that means you reduce like considerably the distance, the safety distance for that. So you just need to have in mind, you're gonna throw the boat by night and the next day morning, you have to fill it. It's okay.
Thank you for your precisions.
You're welcome.
Next question towards the back.
Yeah, Raymond again, naval architect. I have a statement and then a question. So my statement is that petrol is very flammable, has a negative flash point, and it tends to vaporize. You know what I mean. And the combination of petrol and air is very explosive. Yet we have billions of vehicles all over the world, and the passenger seat is within half a meter of the petrol tank. So my question is, when do you think we have enough experience to be able to downscale the rule requirements for installing hydrogen to a point that it's more convenient to have on board? Thank you.
Very adequate question. And actually, one I wanted to answer to prior to asking that particular question, also in relation to the storage and the bunkering of hydrogen in the ports. Hydrogen is extremely volatile, yes, and it will only take the friction of your shoes to explode. So everybody's going, oh dear, it's very dangerous. Oh my God, I don't want to have that in my backyard. In fact, because it is so volatile, once it explodes, provided you have the right safety precautions, it actually goes up really, really quickly. So this whole idea about having a 300-meter, perimeter around a hydrogen storage facility, depending on the size of the storage, of course, to me seems very strange. And to answer your question, I'd rather sit in a hydrogen-propelled car than a petrol-propelled car, because a petrol-propelled car, when it explodes, you're toast. A hydrogen-propelled car, provided it's manufactured properly, and the same is very valid for yachts, of which we have a number of projects, provided you make sure that there is the appropriate venting arrangements to make sure that the explosive force gets directed in the right direction, you allow it to explode, then you have a successful design. It might sound strange. And you're building for failure. That seems strange. But I mean, yes. So I fully agree with what you're saying. Absolutely, yeah. There is, you know, we're afraid of this cold water, you know, this cold water syndrome, which we seem to be having with respect to these alternative fuels. Yes, it does require, you know, an adaptation in terms of technology. Yes, it will require an adaptation of crew. Very important, the human element, as it is important with petrol and as it is important with diesel, it is also important with hydrogen. You need to make sure they have the appropriately trained crew, both ashore and on the yachts.
Any other question from the floor? Are you all very hungry and want to have a drink? Yes, there's a question here.
Thank you. This is a question for Lloyd's Register. At the IAX level, do you feel some differences between other classes on this hydrogen integration on board? Or everybody have a common point of view? All class society have a common point of view on this subject?
So, actually, there are a number of classification societies particularly involved with yachts, and I think you all know who they are, who are working very closely together when it comes in terms to technology. And don't forget, with technologies like this, you know, it is going back to sound engineering principles which are equivalent for anybody, regardless of which classification society. But yes, I mean, we actually, when it comes to safety, when it really comes to issues like this, we tend to work together. There is no such thing as an IAX yacht working group, because IAX doesn't really cover yachts. IAX, for those who do not know, the International Association of Classification Society, formally speaking, they don't cover yachts. But that doesn't mean that we do not work together on very critical issues like decarbonization, and ensuring zero-emission shipping in the future. And again, like I said earlier, making sure that we have safe sustainability.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any last question? All right, great. Thank you very much, unless you've got anything else to add. Otherwise, I will give a conclusion after you've returned to your seats. Anything to say? Thank you. For the picture. So thank you again. Thank you for all participants, attendees. I hope you found it an interesting roundtable. And because it is a working group, we certainly hope that it will bring lots of thoughts, reflections, and ideas to your minds with things moving forward to next year. My conclusion is going to be pretty simple and pretty open. It's going to be a question. It's our fourth roundtable in Monaco, and yet we still do not have a hydrogen refueling station in Monaco. I'm keeping that as an open question, and I certainly hope that we can have an answer at some point. Thank you to all. Enjoy your lunch, and see you next year.